Good evening, good evening. Welcome to the regularly scheduled work session of the Leander City Council. Today is February 21st. The time is 5:33, and this is our regularly scheduled work session. I can confirm that we do have a quorum. At this time, the City Council is going to convene into executive session pursuant to Section 551071 Texas Government Code and Section 1.05 Texas Disciplinary Rules for Professional Conduct to consult with legal counsel regarding laws governing regulation of group homes. We're going to convene into executive session. Okay, the City Council has now reconvened back in an open session, and this concludes the work session. The regular meeting will start, we'll take a 5-minute break, so it'll start at 10 after 6. Well, welcome back. It feels so long since I've seen everybody, so I'm glad you stayed here. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting. Today is Thursday, January 17th. The time is 6:12.
Sorry, it's February 21st.
Oh, why did mine say January? February 21st. Wow. I've got a whole month to live over. At this time, I'm going to ask Pastor David Martin from the House of Prayer to come forward. He'll be providing the invocation. And after the invocation, if you'd remain standing for the pledges.
Thank you. I'm David Martin. My wife and I are pastors of Heart of Texas House of Prayer, and we're honored to be here tonight at the invitation of Chris Cernick and Troy. And Lord, we are very grateful and honored to be praying for one of the fastest growing cities of America. So I'd like to take the opportunity to read briefly from Romans chapter 5, verses 1 through 5, and then pray a short prayer for the city. Therefore, having been justified by faith, we have peace through God, through our Lord Jesus Christ, through whom also we have been obtained our introduction by faith into this grace in which we stand, and we exult in hope of the glory of God. And not only this, but we also exult in our tribulations, knowing that tribulations bring about perseverance, and perseverance proven character, and proven character hope. And hope does not disappoint, because the love of God has been poured out within our hearts through the Holy Spirit who is given to us. Let's have a short prayer. Lord, we pray that the challenges the council faces in Leander will be met with true perseverance and honorable character, that they would make decisions with wisdom and unity, that enable Leander to continue to thrive for families, businesses, churches, and city services, Lord. That Leander becomes a destination known for education, healthcare, and recreation. That in doing this, the love of God will be poured out over the people in the city of Leander. Lord, bless the city of Leander and the people of Leander. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. All right, if you join me in the pledges, we pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And the Texas flag? Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you, David. I appreciate it. All right, Ms. Crabtree, if you'd call roll.
Councilmember Andrea Navarrete.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Michelle Stevenson.
Here.
Councilmember Shannon Shepherd.
Here.
Councilmember Christine Setterquist.
Here.
Councilmember Jeff Seiler.
Here.
Councilmember Marcy Cannon.
Here.
Mayor Troy Hill.
Here. We do have a quorum, so we're able to do business. At this time, we're going to move to citizen comments. You have 3 minutes. I do have someone signed up. If you'll come to the podium, give your name and address. I have Joel Schneider.
Thank you, Council. I just wanted to say, I came to Leander about a year ago, and we had an issue that brought in people like the numbers that we see here. And what I find is P&Z, the city, were great. They listened to us, council listened to us, and they gave us great ideas. But what I would like is to have the city listen to us and the committees listen to us without having to have 50 people come from a neighborhood. And the way we can do that is by getting our voices heard. I represented a group called LAG, or Leander Advocacy Group, that really wants to promote the concept of the city listening to us as citizens, not having to bring in 50 people at a time, but actually being there to hear us. And we would appreciate it. You have great members that work for the city, great P&Z and great council, and we just want to help get our voices heard. So if anybody is interested in that, you can go to the Facebook for Leander Advocacy Group and Advocacy Group. It's harder to pronounce. And just see us. We will be having a website soon. So thank you. And I bless all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. At this time, we're going to move to number 7, recognitions, proclamations, and visitors. I'm going to ask Councilmember Cannon to read the proclamation from the Dietitian, and Mayor Pro Tem Stevenson will read the nutrition proclamation. If someone would like to come up that represents those interests, we'd love to have you up. Ms. Cannon?
Yes. Whereas registered dietitian nutritionists are the food and nutrition experts who can translate the science of nutrition into practical solutions for healthy living, and whereas registered dietitian nutritionists have degrees in nutrition, dietetics, public health, or a related field from well-respected accredited colleges and universities, completed an internship and passed an examination, and whereas registered dietitian nutritionists use their nutrition expertise to help individuals make unique, positive lifestyle changes, and whereas registered dietitian nutritionists work throughout the community in hospitals, schools, public health clinics, nursing homes, fitness centers, food management, food industry, universities, research, and private practice. Now, therefore, Troy Hill, Mayor, City of Leander, Texas, does hereby proclaim Wednesday, March 13th, 2019, Registered Dietitian Nutritionist Day in Leander, Texas. And I encourage all citizens to recognize the contributions of registered dietitian nutritionists and express appreciation for their commitment to promoting science-based nutrition in the hope of achieving optimum health for both today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Pro Tem Stevenson.
Okay. Whereas food is a substance by which life is sustained, and whereas the type, quality, and amount of food that individuals consume each day plays a vital role in their overall health and physical fitness, and whereas there is a need for continuing nutrition, education, and a wide-scale effort to enhance healthy eating practices. Now, therefore, I, Troy Hill, Mayor, City of Leander, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of March National Nutrition Month in Leander, Texas, and encourage all citizens to join the campaign and become concerned about their nutrition and the nutrition of others in the hope of achieving optimum health for today and tomorrow.
And we'd like to thank the City of Leander and our Mayor, Troy Hill, for recognizing March and as well as the Dietitians Day as a Dietitian Month to unite all of our people because food is such an important substance, and we like to kind of recognize how it impacts our bodies, and so we really appreciate this honor.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out. Thank you. Great. Back to the gym. Okay, we're going to move to number 8, staff reports. First is Mr. Cagle.
Yes, sir, Mayor and Council. This is a calendar year that you're looking at here, and we've got a lot of new folks in the room, so if you'll look to the left of it, you'll see January and February. There's 5 years of data there. That's the check we received from the state on 1% of sales within the city of Leander. And you can see that in February on the far right bar, that's the most recent one, and it was just under $600,000, the largest check that we've received in the history of Leander. And so you can see the quarterly. In May, we'll probably get one that's over $600,000 if this trend continues. And Mike, could you switch to there we go. And so this is a rolling 12-month average, and you can see for over the past 12 months, we're up 13.77%. But if you look at the last 3 months, the little box at the bottom, that is the first quarter of the fiscal year that we're in now. And when you put those 3 months together, we're up 18.85%. So that's a great start to the 18-19 fiscal year. And although the fiscal year starts in October, it's the taxes are collected in October, sent to the state in November, and to us in December. So it's there's a 2-month lag. So even though we started in October, December, January, and February is the first quarter for sales tax receipts, and we are up 18.85%. And
is there anything that sticks out as why or?
No, it's across the board. There's really not one
That's awesome.
sector that sticks out. Yes.
That's awesome.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, great. Great to see. And now, Chief Kerr.
Mayor, Council, good evening.
Good evening.
I get to give you the Fire Department report. I have 3 items I want to discuss with you. 2 are emergency management. 1 is fire-related. The first is actually our community emergency response team. We started this program last month. They just finished up the training last week. We had 25 of our residents in this class. We're excited about that. They learned all about disaster preparedness, fire suppression, basic first aid, all those things. A lot of these individuals are going to be part of our community emergency response team, and they're going to be a valuable asset in the future whenever we have a disaster. So that's our first item. Our second item is flu and measles. So one of the things we do in emergency management is we actually track these things. We look at what impacts there could be to the city. So if you look at the graph on the left, you'll see the seasonal flu in Texas. That's the percentage of individuals that visit for influenza-like illnesses. The red line that you can see, the red line that you can see on the graph is actually represented to this year, which is about what we see normally in a season. Last year was a little bit higher. Although it's a normal season, annually around 23,000 people die, and about 200 1,000 people are hospitalized due to flu. So we highly recommend individuals get their flu shot and use proper hand washing. On the right is measles. So this year, we've actually seen a couple of cases of measles. You can see up there that we've had several in the Houston area, one actually up in Bell County, and recently we had one up in Denton. And although there's only about 7 cases in the state of Texas, this is kind of important for us because in last year, there were only 9 cases in the entire year in the state of Texas. So we're starting to see an upsurge of measles. So again, we recommend individuals get immunized. Immunization provides a high level of protection. This is a very virulent disease and is very communicable through airborne transmission. So, last is an emergency medical services update. As council is aware, we've been working with Williamson County EMS to provide additional EMS coverage. As you can see in this heat graph, this is the EMS calls for all of last year. So those in the yellow are the highest concentrations of medical calls throughout the city. Up in the top here, just behind City Council chambers, is the current EMS station, the one and only EMS station that we have in the city. We've been in talks with Williamson County about adding an additional station. The CO for Station 5 includes the cost of construction for an EMS station. In talks with Williamson County, we believe we have a solution to this in that if we build a second EMS station at Fire Station 2 on Crystal Falls, they would provide the equipment, the personnel, and the ambulance. And they would continually keep that up annually.
Excellent.
So we want to move forward on that.
When can we make that happen?
We can actually start working on that now. We can start working on the construction of Station 2 probably this summer.
Awesome.
With completion hopefully next year. Williamson County EMS is not able to provide the entire amount of staffing in that short a time. So we have worked with them in that they will likely next summer, if we open that station, would put a squad in that station. The difference between a squad and an ambulance is that the squad can't transport a patient. Otherwise, it provides the same level of care.
Okay. So what time frame are we looking at to get an ambulance from the county?
So they would probably look at the following budget year. So you may be looking at October of 20.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chief, excuse me, Station 5, did I hear you say that we're not going to build an EMS station there? We're going to build it instead at Station 2?
That is correct.
And Station 5, is that the one that's in Travis County?
It is. It is in the Treviso area.
Okay, so that would make sense then that Williamson County would want to put it in Williamson County.
Yes, ma'am.
So Station 2, that's great. Where is Station 2 located?
Station 2 is on Crystal Falls near Lakeline Boulevard.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Station 5, the EMS is it out of Jonestown or is it out of Lago Vista, the ambulance?
So Williamson County will provide coverage into the city of Leander, even though it is in Travis County.
Okay. So is that what's going to happen? Today, that's being serviced out of Jonestown or Lago Vista, the ambulance?
No, sir. It's Williamson County EMS.
Oh, it is Williamson County today?
Yes, sir.
I thought the issue before was the gate and the ambulance coming through the gate, but that may have been a while back.
That can happen because they're back up in mutual aid. So it's possible we could get service from one of those. You could have ambulances from Jonestown going to the east or someone from Williamson going to the west.
Okay.
So Jonestown is the closest in Travis County for that area?
Also, Travis County EMS out of Jonestown would be the closest ambulance in that area.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you. Great job. First time.
All right, Mr. Womack.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the water use and supply update for January 2019. This first slide or graph is from the LCRA. If you look at this chart, starting with that yellow line in the middle, you'll see this is the date of the projection right here, and that's was done at the beginning of January You look all the way back to the left, you'll see a year's worth of historical data of total combined storage for both Lakes Travis and Buchanan. And a year ago, right here, combined storage was 1.68 million acre feet, or what is considered 85% full. Back to the present, here, combined storage is currently, as of the end of January, 1.98 million acre feet, or what is considered 98% full. And then you see the 6 months worth of projections here out to July 2019. And excuse me, looking at the current inflows or the recent inflows in January of 118,381 acre feet, that's 188% of the historical average. And if you go back even further, the previous 4 months, they have all been above the historical averages as well, especially October, which was, if you'll recall, that was nearly 1,000% above the historical average. Right here.
Mr. Womack, am I reading right? Looks like we're still at the maximum conservation storage level? Or, just barely?
Just underneath it, yeah.
Okay.
Right here.
Yep.
It's probably a little bit less because of I think they've lowered some lakes.
Sure.
Temporarily, at least. I'm going the wrong way. This is a slide. This next slide shows the water use for the city of Leander throughout January, the daily usages. You'll see here the peak day in January 2019, this blue line, 6 million gallons. That was on the 9th, which was I believe it was a Wednesday, and then compare that to this red line, which is January 2019, the peak day of I believe that's 5.55 million gallons. If you come over here to the right, you'll see that January 2019, the total water use was 162.2 million gallons compared to the 134 and change January of last year. That's an increase of 28 million gallons since the last January. And just for reference, that 6 million gallons in January, even though it's a peak day in January, in August, that would have been less than the minimum day, just to give you an idea of how the usage or production could vary.
And what's the difference in population over the years, Tom?
Off the top of my head, we'll get to the connections. That's
okay.
4,500, give or take.
Okay.
About 1,700 more connections. This next slide shows the connections. Up here at the top right, you'll see total connections. The dark blue lines or bars represent the total connections. That number is 18,255 total connections as of the end of January, compared to a year ago, 16,500 and change. That's an increase of over 1,700 more total connections. And of that 1,700 total connections, just over 1,600 were single family. That's the blue bars on the graph. And then down here at the bottom right, you'll see the in red the apartment units, and then the commercial connections. And when I say apartment units, that's the units. That's not the actual connections. That's a little bit different measurement because a lot of the apartments are master metered, so you can have several hundred apartments on one connection. But this slide is slightly out of date. It says 1,732, but recent apartments have come online. That's 2,170 now. So compare that to the previous January of 1,492, just under 1,500. This last slide shows the monthly water usages for the last several years, and then the 12-month rolling averages. The water use are the dashed lines. Down here on the bottom, this light blue line is from monthly water use or production from the BCRUA plant. And then a little bit further up, the darker blue dashed line is for Sandy Creek. And then the two combined is the orange dashed line. And you can see the August production right there. If you look at the the solid orange line, you'll see that the 12-month rolling average for the two plants combined has been steadily increasing since the summer of or June of 2015. From here, it's steadily increased. But I'll be happy to answer any questions on these charts.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, at this time, we're going to move to our consent agenda. Council, this is an action item.
Motion to approve?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Councilmember Shepherd, Never Ready, with the second by Councilmember Shepherd. All those in favor? Passes unanimously. All right, we're going to move to number 17. Conduct a public hearing regarding special use permit case 18-SU-010 to request reasonable accommodations from the city's composite zoning ordinance to allow for the operation of a group home with up to 16 occupants, not including the care staff, on one parcel of land approximately 0.50 acres in size, more particularly described by Williamson Central Appraisal District Parcel R038080, more commonly known as 1109 Oakwood Drive, Leander, Williamson County, Texas. Ms. Griffin.
This is a public hearing for the property located at 1109 Oakwood Drive. The property is currently zoned SFE 2B Single Family Estate and is part of the Timberline West Phase 1 subdivision. The applicant is requesting a special use permit for a group home that would allow up to 16 residents, not including support staff. The Commission and Council amended the composite zoning ordinance in 2008 to include a process to allow for reasonable accommodation from the ordinance requirements by persons with disabilities. This special use permit process is designated as the process for this type of request. Currently, the ordinance allows for group homes by right in single-family districts as long as they are 6 or less residents. In this situation, they're requesting 16 residents and to remove the requirement for a garage. The applicant is requesting to make a 2,435 square foot addition to the home and not provide the garage. The current home is 1,993 square feet, and the composite zoning ordinance requires compliance with the current ordinance standards when the addition exceeds 50% of the current structure. So this means their addition would have to comply with the current masonry standards as well as parking. The group home ordinance requires no less than 4 parking spaces or 0.5 spaces per bedroom. So in this case, they would have a total of 5 off-street parking spaces. Staff recommends denial of the request for the group home that allows 16 residents with 3 supervisory personnel, as well as removing the garage requirement. This request would change the character of the neighborhood where it's proposed to be located. A group home can be appropriate in a single-family setting, but in this situation, the size of the home is the issue. The Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended denial of the request at the February 14th meeting. And Paige would like to also give a presentation.
Mayor and Council, what I wanted to discuss with you were the criteria for considering this request. This is the first reasonable accommodation special use permit that you've been asked to consider. This comes on the heels of amendments that you made to your ordinance, to your zoning ordinance a few months ago, last year, at the end of the year, to provide for a reasonable accommodation process to evaluate circumstances in which an individual may request a accommodation or a change from your existing zoning regulations in order to allow for housing for persons with disabilities. Those changes of the ordinance also included allowing the group homes that serve disabled people to be located in more districts, including neighborhood residential and multifamily. The criteria for this particular type of request that's in front of you is the following. The criteria are as follows: whether the requested accommodation is necessary to afford an individual or individuals with a disability an equal opportunity to use and enjoy a dwelling, whether the requested accommodation would impose an undue financial or administrative burden on the city, and whether the requested accommodation would require a fundamental alteration in the nature of the city's land use and zoning regulations. What's relevant as to those criteria is that an accommodation is unreasonable when it requires a fundamental alteration to the nature of the city's land use and zoning regulations or imposes an undue financial and administrative burden. There's also the requirement that the requested accommodation be shown that it's necessary to afford an individual or individuals with a disability an equal opportunity to use and enjoy a dwelling. Even if you have any questions as you're considering this matter, I'm available to answer them. And the applicant will make their presentation now at this time.
Mr. Mayor Hill, City Council, my name is Jared Addis, and I'm pretty sure I have the most popular home on the block right now. My wife and I own Serenity Senior Living in Pflugerville. We never thought we would get into assisted living, especially me. My wife's a doctor of physical therapy and worked with the geriatric population for a long time, but through personal experiences of ourselves, with our grandparents and loved ones, from Alzheimer's, dementia, having a stroke and laying on the floor, not being found for a few days. We just knew there had to be a better way to care for the people that cared for us. And so as we were looking into it, we discovered residential assisted living, and we got really passionate about it. Our mission is to provide affordable senior housing for the people who cared for us in an environment that feels like family, in a place that looks like home and feels like home on the inside and the out. The truth is, our seniors want to stay at home. They want to stay in their neighborhoods, and that's what we want for them. We don't think they need to go to a commercial building surrounded by a parking lot, down long hallways where they have to go down 3 floors just to get a meal. Here's us at the 4th of July. What some of our family members are saying about us. Love our family members. It's important to designate the definition of assisted living versus other types of group homes. We tried to get the city to differentiate that going in, but we are a licensed assisted living facility, not another type of facility, not a group home. Here's a picture of our license, specifically operating as Health and Safety Code 247, operating an assisted living facility, small type B. So assisted living facility. Small would be residential. Type B is the health and safety and NFPA fire code suppression system that we have to have. Here's the property at 1109 Oakwood. Here's where we plan to do the parking. As you can imagine, there will be no driving with our residents, only the parking of the wheelchair, which I do a lot. Everyone's going to park up front. There'll be no more than 3 caregivers at any given time, allowing for adequate space. Here's an example of our current facility in the parking up front. Picture of the addition we're going to do, as she mentioned. Residential in nature is super important for us to make this look and feel just like a house when we're done. This will be a beautiful addition and an update. It will increase the property value of the neighborhood, just like it did when we did a conversion at our other property. Here's a study on the impacts of the surrounding neighborhoods. It's a 14-study home. It goes into there's either no impact or positive impact whenever one of these is in the neighborhood, and goes into great detail on that. Here's a picture of a dear friend of mine that's actually retiring. This is his home. He's selling it to me. It's in Cedar Park. It's a beautiful place, as you can see, completely residential in nature. As I was looking at buying it, I was a little nervous because of what I've been through with the city of Leander, and this is accepted already in so many places. And so I called the city and I said, hey, I want to be up front, and I know the home is already licensed, but I want to make sure it's not grandfathered. This is allowable. And I had a conversation with him. He said, I know this particular property absolutely, and it is allowed, and it's not a special use, it's a conditional use. And the 2 conditions that must be met are Chapter 247, licensed assisted living facility, and that it maintains its residential nature as a dwelling. quick copy of our website, a lot of information on there, quick picture of our why. This gentleman passed away shortly after this picture. We were both veterans, but as he was passing away, he mentioned, do not stop doing what you're doing. He was at home with his daughter. They were both strapped. Neither one of them it got to the point where it was really detrimental to both of them. He came with us. He started thriving all the way up until the end. And so he's really part of my why. And I want to just quickly bounce through the proceedings of dealing with the city of Leander starting in March of 2018, requesting permission for the assisted living. The city pointed to an ordinance mentioned that no more than 6 be allowed. We informed the city that our intended residents have physical or mental impairments and are considered disabled under the Fair Housing Act. We also provided a detailed explanation of why the City of Leander's code intentionally discriminates against disabled people and asked the city not discriminate against our residents in this manner. In addition to asking that the zoning code be interpreted in a way that is not discriminatory, we asked the city grant reasonable accommodation to the capacity of above 6. We explained that such accommodation was reasonable because it would not change the character of the neighborhood and would have a much lower impact than other uses already permitted in the neighborhood. Additionally, the city has established legal precedents by allowing another group home of more than 6 to locate in the exact same zoning designation. We also explained that a higher occupancy level was necessary to enable a home to be economically viable. Without economic viability, the home cannot be established, and the disabled residents will be denied its use and enjoyment. Rather than granting either of the requests, and as it should be done under the Fair Housing Act, the city told us that it needed to change their zoning code to make a group home for more than 6 disabled a conditional use requiring a special use review process. We attempted to cooperate in good faith in the process with the hope of getting our project underway quickly as possible and mitigating our damages. We then entered into a long, arduous process to be able to request a special use permit. After a year of submitting our original request and following the new procedures that the city established and required of us, we appeared before Planning and Zoning Board last week. During the hearing, I very much appreciate everyone who spoke. It's not easy to get up in public, and regardless of your view of the project, that takes courage. I especially appreciate the courage that several individuals showed in speaking with us and asking questions, despite their opposition of the project. I must admit I was disheartened by the attacks personally, although I understood, and especially saddened to hear laughter as people joked about the empty seat in the room filled with people standing beside my beautiful, caring wife. And when I opened my home here in Leander to the neighborhood to have a recorded Q&A session, hoping to answer any questions or concerns they may have, the first individual through the door stated that despite his age, he could beat my head in with a bat. I did not blame this gentleman for his comments, for we humans often do things or say things we're not proud of later. My question is, as we all age, all of us, as we reflect back on the most important moments of our life, what will we be most proud of? And now, word from our legal counsel.
Well, it's hard to go after such a great presentation from Jay, particularly because I'm here on short notice. My law partner, Scott Cooley, could unexpectedly not make it. I'm an attorney in Lampasas, Texas, and I'm here on a representative for Scott, as well as our Fair Housing Act counsel, Michelle Pankowski. I'm on the P&Z Commission in Lampasas, so I'm very familiar with these types of issues, as well as with the work of Jay and Mr. Bowman and Mr. Harris. They have built a number of homes in Lampasas, and they've been invaluable investors in our community. They've improved the nature of the neighborhoods. All of the things that they have worked on look great, and I was very happy to approve them in my capacity as a Planning and Zoning Commission member. Just a short statement. The Federal Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination in housing on basis of race, color, religion, sex, disability, family status, or national origin. Texas Property Code 301.025 also very similarly prohibits discrimination on the basis of disability. These laws apply to both private housing providers and to city zoning ordinances and protect our intended residents. The Fair Housing Act prevents the city from imposing restrictions or additional conditions on groups of people, on group housing for people with disabilities, which are not imposed on families or other groups of unrelated individuals, which is why the code's original exclusion of group homes with more than 6 people from this and other residential areas is in violation of the Fair Housing Act. Specifically, the code did not limit the code's definition of family does not limit the number of non-disabled people who live together in a single housekeeping unit. A family or unrelated group of people of any number is permitted. The classifications of group home 1 and 2 only limit the size of a single housekeeping unit for the disabled, which is discriminatory on its face. Courts around the country have said as much. My law partner provided some information. We reminded the city that the United States Supreme Court in the City of Edmonds case said that local zoning regulations cannot impose restrictions or additional conditions on group housing for people with disabilities, which are not imposed on families or other groups of unrelated individuals. By doing this, the city is perpetuating segregation of the disabled. And to the extent the code's not discriminatory on its face, we continue to request this reasonable accommodation that we have been working with the new process. Both the Fair Housing Act and the Texas Property Code require this reasonable accommodation. If the accommodation is necessary to afford a disabled person the equal opportunity to use or enjoy a dwelling. And Jay has already provided testimony about why this is reasonable. The home will not look different from other homes. It will not have an adverse impact on the neighborhood or change the character of the neighborhood. This is not a big nursing home. Another group home that has already been approved is about a half a mile away. We need 16 residents to make this cost-effective and affordable for the elderly who are going to live here. We wish that we would all be elderly and affluent and be able to afford in-home care, but sometimes some of us are going to have roommates. It won't require any expenditures by the city, and other uses which are allowed in this zone include churches, schools, libraries, golf courses, emergency stations, playgrounds, and recreational facilities. So I think we've explained why the request is necessary, why it meets the reasonable accommodation standard, and we're prepared to offer any additional evidence. So, in summary, disabled people are entitled by law to be able to use and enjoy living in homes and neighborhoods and not be treated differently than any other group of people. They are going to need the supportive structure that an assisted living residence will provide. And we think that approving our request is well within the reasonable accommodation standard. I hope that each of y'all will consider this. Thank y'all.
Thank you very much. The public hearing is still open, and I do have some people signed up. When I call your name, if you'd come forward, give your name and address, you'll have 3 minutes. A friendly reminder, this is a public hearing, and any discussion will take place following the close of the public hearing. So first, I have Delana Haney.
Taller. Good evening. My name is Delana Haney. I live at 1102 Oakwood Drive. I've lived there for approximately 4 years, and I've been a teacher in this district for 14. We'd like to thank you for this opportunity to voice our concerns about this project. We have a short presentation that will be about 18 minutes long, and no one person will speak for more than 3 minutes to abide by your rules. We respectfully ask that you hold any questions till the end. We will provide you a copy of all the documents we are reading from. We know it's a lot of information to take in, so we'll have that for you in our PowerPoint as well. We, the citizens of Timberland West, support and recognize the need for the facilities that Mr. Addis just spoke of, that help people that are terminally ill, the elderly, mentally ill, people going through drug and alcohol treatment, people in halfway house or hospice, anyone that would need a facility that he has mentioned. However, we do have a problem with this being put in the middle of our neighborhood. Established in any neighborhood, especially ours that's been established as a residential neighborhood for over 40 years. Mr. Addis went home and did his homework. However, that does not change the status of the code items that we believe he's broken already. Based on the research, we think the city cannot legally approve this project for the following reasons. The Human Resource Code, Title 8, Chapter 123, which is adopted by the Texas Department of Health and Human Services and the Texas Department of Aging and Disabilities, who license and regulates these facilities. Section 123.008, a new community home or group home cannot be established within a half a mile of an existing community home. It's been mentioned. It's exactly 0.3 from where he's building now. It is in a different zoning corridor, not a residential corridor. Although it has a name of assisted living, it does have 16 people, and it's classified as a group 2 home. Per Texas Department of Aging and Disabilities, Texas Administrative Code, Title 40, Part 1, Chapter 19, Subchapter Division 9, Rule 19.352, requires that a fire hydrant be within 300 feet of the building. Currently, the site cannot meet this requirement. Per Article 4, Section 2, Subsection A, Item 14, the zoning ordinance, council is only allowed to approve a special use permit for a group home Class 3, which those fall under those convicted of rape, sexual assault, or child abuse, which this is not that one. This would be a group home Class 1 or proposed, which is a Class 2. The Texas Department of Aging and Disabilities, the Texas Department of Health and Human Services, the agencies and licenses that regulate these facilities, their rules and regulations require that all group homes shall comply with local government building codes and ordinances based on classification of the building type. Leander operates under IBC, either residential or commercial, as defined in the jurisdictions of codes and ordinances. Thank you for your time.
Richard Schaffner.
Hello, my name is Richard Schaffner, and I live at 1000 Oakwood Drive, and I've been a resident of Timberline West for 20 years. So continuing with reasons why we think the project shouldn't be approved, City of Leander's adopted building codes, the 2015 International Building Code, or IBC. This code only applies to commercial buildings. Therefore, any occupancy that is classified in the 2015 IBC shall comply with all requirements therein unless otherwise noted in the 2015 IBC. Per the 2015 IBC, Section 310.6, a group home with up to 16 residents is classified as a Group R4 occupancy and is therefore a commercial building. There is, however, an exception under Section 310.5.1 that allows a Group R4 occupancy with 6 or fewer residents to fall under the 2015 Residential Code or the IRC, and it's allowed to be in a single-family home on a lot zoned for single-family. The Composite zoning ordinance also allows the same thing, 6 residents or less in a single-family dwelling on a lot zoned for single-family. The current City of Leander zoning map, effective January 4, 2019, clearly shows 1109 Oakwood Drive is zoned as a single-family estate SFE, and this was confirmed by a phone call with Mr. Michael Chinosky, Assistant Planner for the City of Leander, on February 11th at 10:29 a.m. A commercial Group R4 building is not allowed to be constructed and operated in a lot zoned for single-family per the zoning ordinance. If Mr. Addis wants to build a group home for more than 6 residents, then he is building a commercial Group R4 occupancy and should be required to build it on an appropriately zoned lot and provide everything that is required by both the 2015 IBC, the Leander Development Codes and Criteria Manuals, and the Composite Zoning Ordinance, which includes but is not limited to the following: a commercial site plan submittal, which includes fire access, number of hydrants and hydrant spacing, adequate fire flow, backflow prevention, accessible routes, sidewalks, parking requirements, handicap parking and van loading requirements, street yard requirements, commercial setbacks, commercial landscaping requirements, water quality and detention facilities, and note there are no existing drainage or detention facilities to tie into in our neighborhood, impervious cover requirements, and possible wastewater improvements. Additionally, a commercial plan submittal is required that should include glazing requirements, commercial NFPA 13R sprinkler system, commercial fire alarm system, emergency lighting, exit signs, fire extinguishers, accessibility requirements, and possible compliance with leads. Mr. Addis should have to do this because every other commercial business owner that came before him had to do it, and everyone after him will have to do it. He should not be allowed to just ignore all the applicable codes and requirements when everyone else has to follow them.
Cliff Scott.
Good evening. My name is Clifford Scott. I live at 1008 Oakwood Drive. Been a resident in Timberline West for 24 years. Continuing with the reasons why we think the project cannot be approved, The building would not meet Article 10, Section 2D. This project would not meet the intent and consistency with the comprehensive plan and its intent to protect the citizens of the city and residential areas. Following composite zoning ordinance items, Article 4, Section 2, Item C1, a person is not making this request for their personal home. A business entity is making this request in order to build and operate a commercial group R4 occupancy per the 2015 IBC for profit. Article 4, Section 8, Item E, with all the required activities, fire inspections, state inspections, deliveries, parking lots, etc., it would be clear that this is not your typical residential home. Article 4, Section 9, Items D, E, I, K, and L. Article 5, Section 1, Type 1, Items A2 and B2. Article 6, Section 1, B9.3, 9.5, 12, C3. Article 6, Section 1, Items C3, 4.4, 5.1, and 5.2. The site may already be in violation of these requirements due to placement of lime base around the existing live oak tree critical root zones, which is currently killing these trees. Article 6, Section 3 requires 16 off-street parking spaces. Article 9, Section 1, the owner has not followed this section already. All work that has been done at this site to date was done without any plan review or permits of any kind. This is in violation of these provisions. Article 10, Section 2C, if this project is approved, we the citizens respectfully request a written decision regarding interpretation and administration of all the code and ordinance items listed above. Article 10, Section 9 violations. The owner has already violated this ordinance by performing site improvement work without permits, plan reviews, or the required erosion and sedimentation controls. Note, a group home Class 1 occupancy with 6 residents or less would be allowed on the existing single-family lot estate. It should be noted that there have been several attempts by our own residents to convert their own single-family lots in our neighborhood into commercial lots in order to operate commercial businesses, and in the past, and each time the city did not allow this because it was against city codes and ordinances. Thank you.
Paul Calderon.
Good evening, Council. My name is Paul Calderon. I live at 1203 Oakwood Drive in Timberline West, right next to the most popular house in the block. So we have concerns with the owner's business practices. To recap how all this came about, Mr. Addis and his company purchased the property at 1109 Oakwood Drive in June of 2018. An amendment was proposed and pushed, an amendment to the Composite zoning ordinance to change the definition of group home class 1 to serve his own business needs, which was approved in October 2018. And once it was approved, Mr. Addison and company started work on the property. The amendment was not formally adopted into the ordinance until December 2018. Then and only then did Mr. Addis apply for a special use permit. To date, all the work that has been done at the property at 1109 Oakwood Drive as part of this project has been without the proper permits or any kind of plan review. Work only ceased when the project was turned into the City of Leander Code Enforcement, who determined that they were working without the permits. The backyard pool was already demolished and filled in, and the lime fill in the front yard was placed without any thought to erosion or sedimentation controls required by City of Leander. How much work would he have done had no one called code enforcement? Cutting down trees, pouring a new foundation, just how far would it have gone? Mr. Addis is the sales director of the Residential Assisted Living Academy, a company that boldly advertises their ability to instruct investors how to make money by creating and operating facilities like this. You would think that a company that's charging money to teach others how to do this would know that there are always procedures and processes the cities have. You would also expect it to be a pretty important part of their training academy program. What does this behavior say about the type of caregiving environment they intend to provide? Are they really the type of developers and businesses the City of Leander wants to attract? And I noticed in the speech that the attorney for this company gave that they quoted some federal laws that said it doesn't matter how big a facility you want, you can do it because it's protected under the federal government. And it feels to me like that's just a scare tactic. You know, why stop at 16? You can come in and build a high-rise if you want to in the middle of a residential neighborhood. I think they're misconstruing the law. So I would urge council not to be afraid of being taken to federal court and sued because you're upholding your own zoning requirements. I think that's just a scare tactic. Thank you.
Judy Garcia.
Good evening, all. My name is Judy Garcia, resident at 1102 Oakwood Drive for over 21 years. Negative impacts to the neighborhood. Our concerns for potential negative impacts this facility can have on any neighborhood are increased traffic due to different types of deliveries to supply 16 people and larger vehicles through the neighborhood on a regular basis. State-required home visits, increased fire and EMS medical calls driven by 16 terminally ill people anytime, day or night. Visits by friends and family for 16 people. Employees coming and going. This is an issue for this location specifically because the neighborhood was designed as a low-density single-family development and the streets were installed accordingly. And there are no sidewalks or curbs and gutters. This decreases the safety for the children in our neighborhood when they are out playing, walking to school, visiting friends, etc., as well as for anyone else that may be walking, jogging, biking, etc. in the neighborhood. Once the facility is permitted and established as a 16-resident group home, it can be used for any type of activity that is legally allowed for a group home or for occupancy, which includes but is not limited to housing the mentally ill, housing for at-risk youth, use as a halfway house for people recently released from prison, drug and alcohol rehabilitation, etc. These type of uses have a potential for multitude of problems when placed in the center of a residential neighborhood. Placing a commercial or similar facility in the center of a residential neighborhood immediately lowers property values for the following reasons. The neighborhood will cease to have opportunity or uniformity, a single-family residential neighborhood. Simple perception. No one wants to live next to, across the street from, or near a business in the middle of their neighborhood. This reduces the overall appeal of a residential neighborhood when someone is shopping for a home. Thank you.
Pierce Haney.
Hi, my name is Pierce Haney. I live at 1102 Oakwood. Tonight we've covered a lot of tangible reasons why we'd be opposed to the granting of this permit. We'd like to close our remarks this evening with a couple of the more philosophical concerns. The owner told me in a conversation that the reason he couldn't open his facility on an appropriately zoned piece of commercial property was that the numbers just don't work. We find this statement to be a little dubious given the volume of material on the Residential Assisted Living Academy's website that refers to what a lucrative business this is. For example, in one place it says, learn the RAL formula, why it works, why it's the best and fastest way to turn a single-family home into an absolute cash flow machine. Mr. Addis stated to me that he will charge each of the 16 occupants $3,500 per month to live here. This is a gross revenue of approximately $56,000 per month or $672,000 per year. That would seem to be a sufficient amount to afford an appropriately zoned piece of commercial property. The purpose of a city having a zoning ordinance is defined in the Composite zoning ordinance. Quote, whereas the purpose of this ordinance is to protect residential neighborhoods by creating districts that would exclude uses that are incompatible due to a difference in the character of a development, traffic generation, scale and type of building, and site development. It goes on to say in Section 3, General Purpose, that two of the purposes are to conserve existing and future neighborhoods and to protect the value of real property. Every single person in this room and beyond who purchased a home in a single-family development in Leander, from our little neighborhood all the way up to Grand Mesa, did so with the direct or perhaps even subconscious peace of mind that their neighbors would be like them, individuals and families enjoying the American dream. Peace of mind that the zoning ordinance prevented a business from moving in right next to them. Peace of mind that their investment is protected by the strict enforcement of these zoning rules. You, the public servants who work for the city, and the officials that we elect are our only line of defense. We rely on you to enforce the zoning laws that gave us the peace of mind and confidence to live in Leander. If this variance is allowed despite the volume of objections from people all over this city, it would set a very dangerous precedent and establish a reputation in this city that Leander is just not a safe place to invest in a home, and that the city is for sale to any investors that come to town with no regard to the existing residents. By a show of hands, who in this audience is also opposed to this project for the reasons we've just presented? Thank you for your time.
Marjorie Shop.
I'm Marjorie Shoppy. I live at 1007 Oakwood Drive. We've lived in our house for 40 years. We moved to our home in 1978 when we had 3 young sons. Our neighborhood has gone through a lot of transitions over 40 years. We started out as young families. We moved to middle age, and things changed a little bit. But now we have a really good mixture of babies, children, high school, middle-aged, and seniors. It's become a much more vibrant community in the last 10 years. For most of us, our single largest asset is our home. We are retired, and we don't have the ability to recoup the lost value that may result from your decision. I'm afraid this would open the door to more commercial properties in our neighborhood, and even throughout other neighborhoods in Leander. It will be more difficult to sell our home. People thinking of moving to Leander and buying a home will hesitate if they think they can't trust the city of Leander to guard their home. And I'm afraid that you'll destroy the trust of the citizens and future citizens of Leander. Thank you.
Becky Thurman.
Mayor, Council. I'm Rebecca Thurman. I reside at 1003 Oakwood Drive with my husband Gary for 15 years. The medical issues and concerns we have. I have been a medical nurse assistant for 16 years and recently working with FEMA. On the medical side of this situation, my neighbors of Timberline West and our surrounding area are concerned with EMS traffic, even though Mr. Addis has stated that these are and will be DNR patient-type setting facility. It will be. I have worked in hospitals, nursing homes, assisted living homes, and in specialty hospitals as well. My experience with patients that have a DNR in place still require care. A DNR is simply denying extreme measures such as CPR and intubation when their time has come. I feel without a shadow of a doubt there will be several times that EMS will be called out due to people will fall, have accidents, etc., that are not life-threatening but will require medical attention that his staff will not be able to help with because accidents do happen. Even though this facility is supposedly being set up for a final resting place, these patients will require medical care on occasions. We are concerned with high-rate ambulance traffic, vans for the coroner, and home health nurses as well as hospice. I would hope that these patients, like all of us, will have family visiting as well. But, however, 16 people in one house will attract lots of traffic. Our neighborhood was not set up for this. Thank you.
Bill Russell.
Thank you, Council, for allowing everybody to speak about this.
that's going on. We live at the backside of where this development is taking place at the boulders. You can look out from our house over to the backyard of this gentleman where he's building his assisted living. If you look at about disabilities could be anything. Okay, whether you're on crutches and wheelchairs or just can't move or you can walk. My biggest concern is right for us over at the boulders, we have an open area, catty corner from our house, that belongs to the people on Apple Rock. And then on the backside right there before you get to this house is what the city owns, has to maintain. Give you a good example of what just took place with my dad. He is 84 years old, and he walked away from the house yesterday. Mom did not know where he was at, and she got in the car to go look for him. Okay, and we're trying to decide how we're going to keep Dad from walking off. Now let's jump over to this over in Timberline West. What happens if somebody from that house walks off? Even a couple people get out on the road. They might get hit. You don't know. And I think having up to 16 people in one house, that's roughly maybe 3,000 square feet, 3,000 square feet, that's too many. And change the zoning to a commercialized zoning inside a residential development, I think it's wrong. And the people in Timberline West have spoke what they want, and y'all as council members ought to listen to the people that put y'all in office. Thank you.
Sarah Hyde Williams.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Yeah, good. My name is Sarah Hyde Williams. I live at 2707 Katy Cove. As background and context, I am a state of Texas certified assisted living manager. I'm a dementia care specialist, a certified Lewy body dementia educator, and a caregiver advocate. My husband and I own a small business here in Leander, and we are elder care consultants. For the past 15 years, I have worked tirelessly as an advocate of the assisted living industry on behalf of residents and their families, both in our local communities and at the state capitol, speaking with legislators. Currently, we are in a crisis on all levels, city, county, state, and federal, for the increased need for affordable senior housing options that provide quality care in a more home-like environment. I hear the cry from caregivers every day that they want to honor their loved ones' wishes to keep them at home through end of life, but sadly, this is not always possible. So to be able to have a home environment within their neighborhood that provides both quality care and fits within their budget is the next best option. Large assisted living communities cost on average between $3,500 and over $10,000 per month. In stark contrast, residential care homes, which is what we're speaking about tonight, are only 1/3 of that cost and are typically all-inclusive, which means that their cost will not increase as a resident's care needs increase, making this much more affordable option for working families. Studies have shown that small assisted living communities provide better quality of care as they function on a more intimate home environment and have long-tenured, consistent care staff, which leads to more loving bonds between caregiver and resident. So in essence, leads to a greater quality of life and an ideal living environment for those with severe physical and cognitive impairments. As it stands today, according to the Texas Health and Human Services, there are 5 such licensed homes in the city of Leander. That is simply not enough to fill the need. The demand for more of these small assisted living communities will rise drastically in the next 20 years as our population ages. And believe it or not, that population is us. We will be turning 60, 70, and 80. What choices will we have at that point? So is Leander ready for the silver tsunami? As it stands right now, It is not. You can better prepare this city tonight by supporting small business owners and approving more of these great quality, affordable assisted living communities that will allow us to be ready as the need arises. We beg of you to support small business in Leander and its residents' need for quality, affordable care right here in our own neighborhood.
Mike Sanders.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Nice to be here with you again. So what we're talking about tonight is a petition for a commercial enterprise that's going to fundamentally alter the nature of a residential neighborhood. The petitioner has indicated that his intent is to provide a nice place for handicapped people, for aged people, for people with disabilities to live in a family environment. And that all sounds very honorable. That all sounds very good. In fact, what we're looking at is a medical facility in the middle of a residential neighborhood that will house 16 patients and 3 staff members, 3 paid staff members. In a recorded telephone conference with the petitioner, he indicated that the starting rate for each resident will be $3,500 per month. Over and above that, there will be additional fees depending on doctor visits, medical care, etc. But the starting point, the baseline, will be $3,500 per month. For 16 patients, that'll be $56,000 per month, which of course is almost almost $750,000 per year. With that much income, with that much revenue, he could easily establish this home in a neighborhood where it's commercial, where it's already zoned for this 16 occupancy dwelling, and doesn't have to go into a neighborhood that's zoned for single-family dwelling for residential neighborhood. He's had this property for about a year, for a little more than a year, but he's made no effort during this entire time to contact the neighbors to let them know what his intent was, to ask them what they thought about what he was doing. He could have done that when he wanted to purchase the property. He could have done that any time up until now. Instead of contacting the neighbors and asking them for advice or asking them for input, he's brought in dozens of tons of gravel and dumped it into the yard in this residential neighborhood, completely changing the character of the surrounding properties. He showed a disregard for our city ordinances, not having obtained any permits for what he's been doing. He's shown a disregard for our city. He wrote a threatening letter to our city saying that he was going to sue our city if he doesn't get what he wants. He said that on the phone conference, which of course was recorded, that he intends to sue our city if you don't give him what he wants, which is basically saying either you give me what I want or I'm going to hurt you. That's the way that this individual has decided to interact with our city. He has hired an attorney for several $100s, I imagine, to write some letter, maybe a few more $100 to appear here tonight. That's a big difference between that and paying tens of thousands of dollars to come and sue our city. Thank you.
Ray Hillman. Ray Hillman. Did I butcher your name?
Name's Roy Hillman. I live at 1209 Oakwood Drive. I retired out of the Army after 40-plus years of service. My wife and I looked all over trying to find a suitable place that we could still have our children and have a nice, peaceful area. We have lots of children, small, from knee-high on up, that live in that area. All those children play in the streets. They feel safe. They can do it. Everybody that lives there drives slow because they know that there's children out there. Backing up prior to that, my first wife passed away from cancer. Every day there was somebody at my house, whether it be some kind of a caregiver or an ambulance or something that had to monitor her. Therefore, firsthand experience, I know that there's going to be a lot more traffic coming down that street. with all these children playing. My wife and I looked for several months to find a suitable place. We looked throughout Williamson County, and this is where we decided to be because of the neighborhood. Now that neighborhood is changing, and I don't think it's right. Thank you.
Catherine Adams.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Catherine Adams. I live at 1208 Oak Hollow. I stand here before you to voice what I believe in, hoping that you will hear our voices. We are just a small number of families. Our houses are on a little horseshoe street. As everybody said, there's no sidewalks there. All of us has worked very hard to keep our home and our neighborhood something to be proud of, a place of harmony amongst all of us, a place to live, to be proud of. Please hear our voices and know that we all stand together against a special permit, commercial zoning. We're just families standing together. Please hear us, and thank you.
Linville Adams.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. It's good to see y'all. My name is Linville Adams. I live at 1208 Oak Hollow Drive. That was my wife, Catherine. We've been there for going on over 15 years. This is just an awesome neighborhood, and as you can tell, we all are very proud of our neighborhood, and we kind of feel like we've been, I don't know, backhanded almost. I don't know how to explain it. So first of all, I would like to thank the council members who took the time to read and reply to my emails. Council members Christine Sederquist, Jeff Seiler, Michelle Stevenson, Shannon Shepard. Thank you all very much for considering what I had to say and responding. Really appreciate it.
You noticed all the ones that had the last name with an S.
I would just like to officially state my position on this matter at 1109 Oakwood. I didn't speak at the P&D zoning meeting. I was here, however, and my neighbors have just, I'm amazed at the way our neighbors have pulled together about this. As I stated in my emails, I'm 100% against a special use permit or rezoning of any kind at 1109 Oakwood or any address in Timberline West, or any other property in Leander, for that matter. This is a business that should be in a commercially zoned area. It's just as simple as that. It is my opinion that Mr. and Mrs. Addis intentionally tried to sneak this in to our small neighborhood, thinking that nobody would notice. Our families' lives were not considered at all. Our little children and elders were not considered at all. As you have heard many times, everybody talk about our families that are growing up, coming into life in this neighborhood. I see it all the time. It puts a smile on my face every day. The elderly folks that are there, they're out walking their dogs, communicating with all of us. It's a wonderful place. And I just hope that you guys will unanimously vote against this and hear our voices, as my wife said. Thank you all very much.
Julie Heresi.
Mr. Mayor and City Council members, my name is Julie Horsch, and I reside at 1207 Oakwood Drive with my husband, my 11-year-old son, and 3-year-old daughter for the last 3 years. In addition to what has been said thus far, I wanted to add the following. I'm here to make my voice known as to the special use proposal at 1109 Oakwood Drive. First and foremost, I and many others in our neighborhood are concerned that this proposal, should it be accepted by the city, will allow for this business to drastically change the characteristic of our older, eclectic neighborhood. One of the primary reasons my husband and I bought our first home here is because we truly didn't want to live in a postage stamp subdivision, where our lifestyle activities would be hindered and governed by an HOA. We bought this house knowing we wanted to stay for the long haul and could update it to our specifications, and that the property value would increase organically. We are able to have a comfortable and safe environment for our kids while doing the things that we love, such as working on our vehicles, updating our property, taking our travel trailer out and about, and hanging out with friends and neighbors on our property, among a lot of other things. I don't want a Stepford Wives neighborhood, but I also don't want a business that portrays good intentions for the sake of the elderly to razz a property with disregard to proper permitting to enter our neighborhood and not be forthcoming with what they plan to do. Under federal law, as I interpret it, once a city approves such a facility, they cannot change or revoke the ordinance. It begs the question, since there is ample property around our city that is more suitable and conforms to the requirements for this type of business, why the applicant would even consider this neighborhood without first checking to see if it was viable in the first place. I am a very understanding for such facilities. They offer a variety of services that people need. That said, this neighborhood is zoned single-family estate, and our home is one of the older in the neighborhood, being built in 1978. Our neighborhood has, for the better part of 40 years, remained in its quaint style for what I have heard and researched since being here. We all have different interests and lifestyles, and what I believe to be a wonderful mix of residents. Only a few of us property owners whom live within 200 feet of the proposed site got the letter to inform us of the intentions of the applicant. This whole neighborhood would and will be affected by this decision, and the fact that there is so many of us here tonight should tell you that this is important to us. We have young kids that play with other kids in the neighborhood, and just the traffic alone for a 16-occupant facility would cause a myriad of issues. Also, if they get their foot in the door, they could expand such services and make more problems for the neighborhood. But during the planning and zoning meeting, we were told that that's not the case. But I have a hard time believing what was said due to their roundabout comments about making money. They have also made comments about using legal loopholes trying to strong-arm you into submission. In my opinion, the disabilities clause, I would think, would apply to people already living in a dwelling. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, ma'am. Michelle Tran-Hilleman.
Good evening, council members. My name is Michelle Tran-Hilleman, and I reside at 1209 Oakwood Drive, which is 3 doors down from the proposed assisted living facilities. My neighbors have basically voiced all the concerns that we all have in the neighborhood. I just want to share a few points. I visited the facilities in Pflugerville. I spoke to a couple of the employees there, and to my knowledge, although the residents have DNR, to live there, these are basically an old age home, and on a daily basis, there's traffic from every single resident has a home health care person or aide who's assigned to them that frequently come to check them out. Also, there's times where EMS is called due to a resident's getting hurt or a fall, for example. And my concern is, the quality of life that we choose to live in this neighborhood. I work for a healthcare company, a hospital, and to me, taking care of the elderly is what we would call, moments that matter. But having this facility in our neighborhood, it also, it will basically give the neighborhood a negative effect. When we come home from work, literally I pull up in my driveway or drive down the street and I can wave hi to the kids that play outside on the streets. And how many of us try to get our kids to go outside, right? So to me, that is so relaxing. I don't want to come home and hear EMS sounding, sirens, and to our more senior residents in the neighborhood, I think it would raise their angst to live in a neighborhood where they have, to constantly or frequently hear voices from, or sirens from EMS coming into the neighborhood. So please, I hope you consider our request, not approving this, special permit in our neighborhood for this facility. Thank you.
Ezra L. Tillib.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Ezra L. Tillib. We live in 1206 Oakwood Drive, and we also own a home at 1109 Oak Hollow Drive. We lived in the neighborhood for more than 11, 12 years, and my in-laws maybe even more, 20 years almost. And we came to this place for a couple of reasons, and we love this home. We love the area. We've invested in it a lot. As a homeschooling mother, I have concerns about traffic and safety mainly for my kids. A lot of the kids out there talking about who are playing around our mine. And the other thing I wanted to share is I'm a pharmacist and I worked in long-term care facilities. I totally understand where the care and need of what Mr. Alice is doing is pretty amazing and impressive, and I would love him to continue his amazing work just away from my neighborhood. The other thing I would like to share is in November, I decided to start a wellness clinic, and I had a couple of people who gave me the advice of doing it from my home since it's going to be more cost effective. However, because I don't want that type of traffic to come close to my family, and even if I would have been okay with it, I don't think it's fair, because I have a noble cause, to take away the peace of mind of all of these people deserve to have. And kind of this neighborhood is a dream come true to a lot of us, and I think it's not fair to take it. Thank you.
That is one cute kid, by the way. Lee Thompson.
Good evening. My name is Lee Thompson. I live at 1001 Oak Hollow Drive, Leander, Texas. I've been a resident in Timberline West for 5 years. Today we heard a heartfelt story from Mr. Addis. However, I strongly believe there are some other factors that drove him to go with the for-profit, and I wanted to look. Mr. and Mrs. Addis, Mrs. Addis, the owner of Serenity Living, and Mr. Addis of Serenity Living is the president. They want to open a group home in my neighborhood. I'm not for this. While I listened during the zoning commission meeting, Mr. Addis, I became curious, what other ways could Mr. Addis want to open a for-profit instead of lobbying to ensure that no one else's family or loved ones had the same treatment as their grandfather at a big box facility, as stated as Mr. Addis, or opening a non-profit one. Obviously, I wanted to dig. Using 20 years in my IT and security, I wanted more information. I've done an in-depth research of Mr. and Mrs. Addis. All public information easily found with a few clever Google searches, and I found that Mr. Addis is an aggressive entrepreneur seeking the American dream. No shame in that. I also found that Mr. Addis, the director of the rehabilitation services of the Jans Corporation, that is his wife, a company that supplies types of medical equipment and services, well fitted for assisted living facilities. So one might wonder where this group home will get all its equipment and rehabilitation therapy from. Mr. Addis is also the owner of the Serenity Living Home. I don't have the button. Oh, thank you. So I wanted to point out on their LinkedIn profiles, this is something they strike about. Mr. Addis gave a heartfelt story. However, behind the scenes, Mr. Addis is a true entrepreneur, as pointed out in the slides. You can actually state that Mrs. Addis is the director of the Jans Corporations, here in Texas. Mr. Addis had a change made to the zoning ordinance in order for him to pursue opening a 16-bed home in my neighborhood. He knew he needed to have it changed and pursued this change. I found images of Mr. Addis at that time getting the zoning changed, where he was bragging and saying, hey, my milestone's checked because guess what? I knew I needed to do this. He snuck it in past city council and you guys and was able to do this. Most of my findings support the claims, make the desired change to assisted living, but mainly to make money from the RAL Academy teach. Oops, wrong way, sorry. As you can see, there's clearly pictures of Mr. Addis giving speeches at the RAL Academy, where he clearly stated, and the RAL Academy main purpose is to teach entrepreneurs to make money using a proven method. Oops, keep using the wrong button, sorry guys. As you can see, you guys can read along with me. RAL Academy's main purpose is to teach entrepreneurs how to make money using a proven method, to turn a resident home into an assisting. Oops, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Small businesses. All right, that's the last speaker I've signed up. Would anybody else like to speak on this item? Someone that you've already, somebody that hasn't spoken. If you could fill out a card after you speak, that'd be okay.
Good evening. My name is Abrar. I'm Isra's sister. I have been in this neighborhood for more than 11 years. I went to Leander High School. I used to walk to school and come back home without worrying much in that neighborhood. Anyone would be driving fast, so I was feeling safe. I want to say that I heard one of the people who spoke here who were for the cause. They said that there's only 4 licensed places in Leander for such a business, for such a proposal, sorry. So my question is, why does it have to be in this neighborhood? We know there's a lot of commercial zones within Leander. Why does it have to be in a resident area in which people have been here for years and they have invested in their homes, they bought these lands for a lot of value, why losing that all of a sudden? I would also like to add to my sister's short speech that she decided to open her business within a walking distance from her house at 1206 Oakwood Drive, and she's still able to establish what she wanted to establish without taking away the right of our neighbors, the peace of mind. And yeah, please, we love this neighborhood. Please hear our voices. Thank you.
Thank you. You state your name and address, please.
Okay. My name is Nancy Carson, and I'm from 1204 Oak Hollow Drive. And my husband and I, we built our home when our daughter was 6 months old. We moved in, and she just turned 40. We moved away from our neighborhood, and we are renting it to a very special man who's worked for us and is like a son. We have always loved this neighborhood, and I tell you tonight, it's just blown me away, all of the people that have come here to speak, because it's everything that this that I could ever say about this neighborhood. They've all said it. It's just beautiful. We've seen so many different families grow up and move away, but you know, it is a neighborhood that has a lot of children, and our children played in the neighborhood and played in the streets too, because it is a U shape, and there's not a lot of through traffic. There's no through traffic. It's just the people that live on either street, Oak Hollow or Oakwood. I hope you will listen tonight to all of these wonderful people, and because I feel that we are so blessed in this neighborhood to have each other, and we appreciate what you're doing, and we know that this has put you in a difficult position, but thank you very much for listening to everyone.
Yes, sir. If you could fill out a card afterwards, that'd be great.
No problem. My name is John Guida. I live in the Boulders at 1003 Apple Rock. we have had someone come and visit us and explain the issue at hand. And I just want to say I don't see that there's a problem. I see that the council has to do their job, and if the council will do their job, then these folks that are trying to slide this facility in have many, many more options to get their wants taken care of than a lot of these folks that just got up here and told you all many, many, many valid reasons why they didn't think this was a good idea. And it's not a good idea. I'm going to be 80 years old in May. We moved in here in March. My wife and I are looking forward to finishing out this thing in this community, and we would not like to see our investment at jeopardy. And I'm sure a lot of these folks that stood up and spoke to y'all today, and many others, wouldn't like to see that either. So I'm saying it's your job to get this thing done and get it done right, and let these commercial people go off and leave us alone. Thank you.
Brandy Farron.
Hello. Thank you for your time this evening. First off, I just want to say that I am one of the residents that is currently right in front of the property. And one of the reasons why I chose to live in this community after several years of searching after I had gotten out of the military was because of the uniqueness, the quality of the neighborhood. When several times when I had visited the home looking, into purchasing it, I saw the neighborhood. I saw the neighbors. I saw the children outside walking, playing. This looked like a really good neighborhood to settle in, to settle my family in, to raise my grandchildren. Both my husband and I decided that this was the perfect place for us. I think moving or approving something like this, moving a business into the area just takes away from all those really great qualities. Our neighbors are fantastic. We enjoy each other. We enjoy the peace, the serenity that neighborhood has. I appreciate what he's trying to do, and I think it's a very noble cause, but this just isn't the place for it. This is a neighborhood. It's a family. We aren't just neighbors and we don't, talk to each other. We are literally a community, a family. All the children, you see them out there all times of the day, at night. I see young teenagers walking their dogs at nighttime when I'm sitting out on my porch enjoying the peace that's there. I see the kids walking in the morning to school, walking home afternoons. This approving something like this in the neighborhood just takes away from that. I hope y'all do what's right, not, just for this community. I don't know, don't approve it. It's not what we want. It's not what we need. I'm sorry. I was rushing here from school. I wanted to make sure I got all my thoughts out. But yeah, this is the place where I watch my grandson in the afternoons play. In the summers, he plays outside in the front. My son, my grandson, my stepson, they play basketball in the streets. The last thing I want to have to worry about is an increase in traffic and people coming through into our neighborhood. That's not why I chose to settle here. That's not why I chose to buy the house that I did after I did my time in the service. This is the neighborhood that I settled into, and I hope that it stays that way. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your service, by the way. Would anybody else like to speak?
One additional point that we wanted to make during the zoning and committee meeting, Mr. Addis stated that he was not really affiliated with the RAL organization, but occasionally consulted with them at 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 27 seconds, and wanted the people to have a chance to listen to this one statement.
I'm a consultant with them. I help small businesses. I don't do the whole investor thing. It's not my website or whatever. So
This was during the planning and zoning. And so what has been said and what you've heard from the community is that we're not opposed to helping elderly, but what we are opposed to is a commercial business coming into our neighborhood. And I thank everyone for their time and attention for coming out today. Thank you, guys.
Larry, if you'd fill out a card, that'd be great. Would anybody else like to speak on this item? State your name and address.
My name is Casey Green, and I live at 1211 Oakwood Drive. I had not planned on speaking today. My neighbors have done a wonderful, wonderful job putting together the reasons why we don't feel like this is right for our neighborhood. And it's already been stated that if, in fact, they are trying to make homes for the elderly better and more homey and all of that, that's wonderful. That's absolutely wonderful. You know the reasons why we don't want it in our neighborhood, which hopefully you can understand that. One thing that wasn't brought up tonight that was brought up in the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, if you'll notice in the aerial photo, there's actually 2 lots of land. Most of our lots are half-acre lots, and most of the houses that we have on our street run about 2,000 square feet. What he wants to add on is another 2,000 plus square feet. He wants to add that in the front of the house and to the right of the house if you're looking at the house from the street view. That pretty much takes up the entire half-acre lot. He has the other lot that he could add on to, and I'm sorry I don't remember the name, but one of the gentlemen on the Planning and Zoning Commission was asking him, why won't you consider maybe expanding on the other side, and then it would at least even out the lot. I know what my speculation is, and it comes down to finances. But if you're talking about not changing the look of the houses and the properties on that street, that is something to consider. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak on this item? Where?
Nope. Does she want to?
Yep.
Go for it.
Adorable.
There you go.
My name is Kothar Irwa, and I like to play with my rollerblades and bikes, and I don't want to be seeing old strangers across the street. Thank you.
That's democracy at work. So, is there anybody else? Yes, sir. If you could fill out a card afterwards, sir.
I want to thank y'all for listening to all our neighborhood and everything. I'm not going to get too redundant, but you're going to all be presented with stuff tonight. But I'm also a retired 30-year military person, like a few other people up in here also. About 12 and a half years ago, when we moved up here after Hurricane Katrina, we were looking around for a place like this, and we could not believe we actually found a residential neighborhood this well prepared, where it was, I guess, so tight and everything. We looked in Northwest Austin, Cedar Park, and we found this by accident. Our realtor, the night we actually settled, sitting on her back porch on a Sunday night, filling out the paperwork, said, "This is where I'm going to retire, and this is where I'm going to close my eyes, because this is a nice, quiet residential neighborhood." I'm not going to get redundant, everything that was brought up tonight. But the fact is, number one, right off the bat, this is a money-making deal. You just got to go to the website. And I have a little suspicion when he says one thing one night last week, and all of a sudden you go to his website, and it's completely different. And as far as I'm concerned, we the people in our neighborhood have spoken. And I can see a lot of injustice if y'all, in my opinion, would be voting against this. We are 100% against this. Great what he's doing, because both my parents had to go into a home and everything, and we looked everywhere. But there's just too many other places around here for him to put a business like this. And we don't really need to have our quiet resident neighborhood, which I intend to retire and close my eyes in, to be disturbed in something like this. Thank you.
I'm going to guess New Orleans, right?
I was wondering.
Thank you for your service. All right, anybody else? All right, last chance. All right, so at this time we're going to close the public hearing and we're going to move to discuss and consider action on the first reading of an ordinance requiring special use permit case 18 SU 010 to request reasonable accommodations from the city's composite zoning ordinance to allow for the operation of a group home with up to 16 occupants, not including the care staff on one parcel of land, approximately half an acre in size, more particularly described by Williamson Central Appraisal District Parcel R038080, more commonly known as 1109 Oakwood Drive, Leander, Williamson County, Texas.
Motion to deny.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to deny by Councilmember Sederquist with a second by Councilmember Seiler. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Passes unanimously. I just wanted to say that you guys have a great neighborhood because this is what, and not judging the merits or not of the case, just public participation is always nice to see. So you should be proud of your neighborhood. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. We're going to take a 7-minute recess. All right? All right, if everybody could take your seats. The time is 8:08, and we are back in session. We're going to move to item 18, where we conduct a public hearing regarding comprehensive plan case 18-CPA-009 to amend the comprehensive plan land use category from mixed-use corridor to activity center on one parcel of land, approximately 4.88 acres in size, more particularly described by Williamson Central Appraisal District Parcel R314038, more commonly known as 2804 Bagdad Road, Leander, Williamson County, Texas. Ms. Griffin.
This is a public hearing for a proposed change to the future land use map for the property located at 2804 Bagdad Road. This map was originally adopted by the City Council in 2014 and was based upon land use goals established in the 2009 Comprehensive Plan. In 2015, the City completed a 5-year update to the plan, which included a complete review and update to the land use map. The applicant is requesting to change the land use category from mixed-use corridor to activity center. The locations of mixed-use corridor land use districts are based upon adjacent uses, access to transportation, utility infrastructure, and the goals of the comprehensive plan. Typically, activity centers are placed in major intersections within the city, and these centers provide shopping destinations as well as a broad range of commercial uses. In this situation, they have a very deep lot that's challenging to develop, and the next zoning case is going to be for the request for commercial multifamily zoning. In order to get the multifamily approved, they have to change the comp plan to activity center. Staff is recommending approval of the comprehensive plan amendment. The Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended approval at the February 14th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. The applicant will be available for questions.
All right, the public hearing is still open. Would anybody like to speak on this item? Last chance. All right, we're going to move to close the public hearing. We're going to move to discuss and consider action on ordinance regarding comprehensive plan case 18-CPA-009.
Motion to approve?
A second.
We have a motion to approve, which was easy, by Councilmember Sederquist.
That's fine.
And
Give it to whoever that was.
I guess Pro Tem Stevenson has the second.
That's fine.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right, passes unanimously. All right, we're going to move to number 19, conduct a public hearing regarding zoning case 17-Z-024 to amend the current zoning of LC-2-B, local commercial, and GC-3-B, general commercial, to PUD, plan unit development, with the base zoning district of LC-2-A, local commercial, and NR-2-A, neighborhood residential, on one parcel of land approximately 4.88 acres in size, more particularly described by Williamson Central Appraisal District Parcel R314038, and addressed as 2804 Bagdad Road, legally described as Lot 2 of the Beaucrest Section 1 Subdivision, Leander, Williamson County, Texas. Ms. Griffin.
This is a public hearing for the property located at 2804 Bagdad Road. The applicant is proposing to change the zoning of the property to planned unit development with the base districts of MF3A, multifamily, and LC2A, local commercial. This is their conceptual site layout plan. You can see closer to Bagdad Road, that's where they're proposing the local commercial. In the back portion, they're proposing a total of 6 buildings, and there's going to be it's a crossover. So underneath there will be an open grass area with the building crossing on the second floor. They are requesting a few minor changes to the ordinance requirements. With the LC2A, outdoor storage and displays not typically permitted, but they're asking for a small amount, so it would be like for a red box or something pretty minor. They're also requesting that the multifamily is paired with the Type 3 site component, and this means that they would not be required to have a garage for 35% of the units. Staff is recommending approval of the request, contingent on the plan amendment that you just approved. We did agree that this site is very challenging to develop because of the depth. It would be very difficult to get retail customers to the eastern portion of the property. The Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended approval at the February 14th meeting, and the applicant will be available for questions.
Right, the public hearing is still open. If anybody would like to speak on this item. Last chance. All right, we're going to move to we're going to close the public hearing and move to discuss and consider action on the first reading of an ordinance regarding zoning case 17-Z-024. Council?
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
I have a question.
Okay, motion to approve. Let me get these first. Motion to approve by Councilmember Cannon with a second by Pro Tem Stevenson.
No,
Oh,
it
sorry.
was Shannon.
Shannon? Okay. All right, Ms. Shepherd.
Ms. Griffin, on the agenda subject, it says the PUD, the base zoning district of LC2A and NR2A.
That's a typo.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're clear that that's a typo. That
It's because you guys, this case went to Planning and Zoning Commission previously with that district.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure
Good
that we're clear on
catch.
that.
So do we need to include that in the motion?
Is there any more discussion?
Do we need to include that?
I would think that we need to make it clear that the motion's for MF3A and LC2A.
So you do want to,
Yes.
we want to revise the motion. Ms. Cannon.
I'll revise. I'll amend the motion.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay.
She's got it.
So we have an amended first and second. Any more discussion? All in favor? Passes unanimously. All right, we're going to move to number 20. We're going to conduct a public hearing regarding zoning case 18-Z-033 to amend the current zoning of interim SFR-1-B, single-family rural, to PUD, plan unit development, with the base districts of SFS-2-B, single-family suburban, SFU-2-A, single-family urban, SFC-2-A, single-family compact, LC-2-A, local commercial, and LO-2-A, local office on 5 parcels of land, approximately 317.117 acres in size, more particularly described by Travis Central Appraisal District parcels 354727 and 905245, and Williamson Central Appraisal District parcels R560184, R560185 and R560473, generally located to the northeast of the intersection of Mesa Vista Drive and County Road 280, Leander, Williamson, and Travis Counties, Texas. Ms. Griffin.
This is a public hearing for the property located to the northeast of the intersection of Mesa Vista Drive and CR 280. The applicant is requesting a planned unit development district in order to allow for the development of a mixed residential community that will include a variety of housing types as well as small-scale neighborhood service uses. The PUD proposal includes the following base zoning districts: SFS 2A single-family suburban, SFU 2A single-family urban, SFC 2A single-family compact, LC 2A local commercial, and LO 2A local office. This PUD will allow for flexibility with the location of the different residential lot sizes, and the subdivision may include up to 1,100 units. The Commission and Council previously heard a request that proposed a higher density development, and they have revised it to reduce the density. This is the conceptual lotting plan that's been provided that shows the general location of the different lot sizes. The proposed local commercial and office area would be up here at this corner, and that's the future extension of Live Oak Road. The applicant has included several waivers as well as higher standards. One of the main waivers is allowing for cementous fiber planking to count as masonry for the homes. They are providing for a mixture of lot sizes, so that's one of the higher standards. They are also requesting a waiver to riparian corridor setbacks to allow for the buffer averaging, and they are proposing to increase the parkland and recreation improvement requirements. This proposal will include 120% of the parkland requirement and a $1,000 recreation improvement requirement per unit contingent on the approval of a PID. In addition, each lot is proposed to be located within 1,000 feet of open space and parkland. This exhibit is their parkland plan that shows the different parks as well as connectivity. Staff does recommend approval of the Chapman Parks PUD. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval with the condition that Table 1 regarding the reduced lot sizes is removed, and this was per the applicant's request. The applicant would like to also make a presentation.
I'm Baker Montgomery with Catlin Capital. We've been here roughly a year ago and got turned down on our zoning. Through that experience, I met Mr. Jody Giddens. He suggested that I might get with a couple of his friends, one Herb, that's at Mesa Vista Ranch. We spent quite a bit of time with Herb going through what he thought was objectionable and what he might do to help our chances. And he then provided an opportunity to go meet with Greatwood Estates, and they have appointed an engineer by the name of Michael that has spent some time with us. And we spent quite a bit of time, almost a year, trying to make something that we think would be acceptable. I'm going to have Charlie Fowler, who's our engineer, who's been listening to the inputs, dealing with the staff, to make our presentation and be available for any questions that y'all may have. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Charlie.
Good evening, Mayor Hill, council members. It's very good to be here tonight. My name is Charlie Fowler with Stantec Consulting. As Baker said, we were here about a year ago. We've been working on this project since early 2017, when at that point in time the city annexed this property and zoned it interim residential rural. The project location, as described previously, is kind of sandwiched between Mesa Vista Subdivision and Greatwood Estate. County Road 280 bisects the property. As you can see, and I'll speak to it some more in our later in the deal. We propose on this, one of the very major concerns was transportation access to this project. It's currently only accessed by County Road 280, which is a rural county substandard road. There was major concerns on emergency access, construction access. We've proposed in the PUD that we will do no development with internal to the subdivision until 2 points of access are constructed to this property. Almost everybody would like to see the extension of San Gabriel Parkway and Lakeline Boulevard to the property. A secondary access, which we've mentioned in the PUD, in which half of that road has been constructed to date, is Live Oak Drive. Lakeline and Live Oak are both residential collector streets, which would provide great access to this project. Generally, the project is 317 acres. It's been in ag use, either hay or grazing. As you can see on the aerial, over half the property looks to be ag use with sparse trees, mainly located on the north and west side of the property. Our project objectives really haven't changed from the beginning. We want to do a master plan community and provide a project that is better than your standard subdivision. There will be a lot of elements in our plan, which I'll go through, that we have maintained from the original application to this application. We are proponents of park space, trails, connectivity, providing a mixture of uses within the project and residential types. We have decreased the density significantly, and we'll go through each one of those. One thing I will point out is we are compliant with the subdivision ordinance. We're property larger than 90 acres. You're required to provide 3 types of residential uses. We are doing that. Through this last year in negotiations with the neighborhood and input from council, staff, everybody involved, we've eliminated these following uses from the project. Single-family limited 40-foot lots. We've eliminated townhomes, cottage homes, and neighborhood residential. Everybody wanted larger lots. We respect what our neighbors have in their 1-acre lots. We are providing 70-foot lots. We've capped our previous PUD had a maximum use of 1,500 units on the development. So we've reduced significantly the number of units, and that cap is a hard cap no matter what mix of product we're proposing. Reduce the local commercial and local office specifically to Live Oak and Lakeline. That is in compliance with the comprehensive plan, so it's neighborhood retail. You will get uses. It could be a daycare, small retail at that location. We're proposing 1-acre to 4-acre cap on that. Robin mentioned this first table, and I kept it in here just to point out, even in the last few weeks, we've made agreements with the neighborhood on willing matching code requirements. So this table will actually get eliminated out of the PUD document. So there's no request for reduced lot sizes. We will meet code. Go back here. Lakeline Boulevard. Our previous plan took Lakeline internal to the project. If you recall, that project had a lot of rear-loaded single-family residence alleys. So we had some exceptions with that PUD application where we'd have homes fronting Lakeline Boulevard. That is not the case now. All our product will be front-loaded. We are moving Lakeline back to where it's shown on the current thoroughfare plan. It'll join us to Greatwood Estates. Is our opinion Greatwood wanted to keep it there. It provides a little further buffer to the single family between Chapman and Greatwood Estates. County Road 280, access for our neighbors to the west, emergency access. There was some concern there. We've agreed to increase the standard of County Road 280 for this section west of Lakeline to residential collector. There will be no homes fronting County Road 280, no access to County Road 280. We are going to have some linear parks and linear trails along County Road 280 as well, again, to connect the neighborhood. I'll quickly go through the parks and open space. It was mentioned previously, we will exceed code requirement whether we get a PID or not. The more we can do, the better, the more we want to do. All residents will be within 1,000 feet of a park. That's roughly a 3-minute walking distance. We'll have a series of trails. We have roughly 3 miles of trails. In addition, we have 21 miles of sidewalks connecting all this. So you can see this community could, have events, small racing events, and we'll have program parks, a series of neighborhood recreational inspirations. So program open space. They'll be at different sizes, offering different things to each little village. Probably the note at the bottom is probably the most important thing, and it's key to this development to success, in our opinion. If you program and provide open space parks, there's studies show that it increased the value of the neighborhood and the adjoining neighborhood anywhere from 8 to 20%. So we think this is a huge asset to the community, and hope you do as well. Some visuals, we'll do native plants. Again, in summary, we're reducing the number of units from 1,500 to 1,100, which was in the previous application. We've increased the size of lots from the previous application. We're meeting code requirements on that and providing 3 types of product. We're going to exceed the open space and park requirements, both in dollars and in acreage. And we'll be here to answer any more questions. I appreciate your time and hope you vote yes for this.
Thank you, sir. The public hearing is still open. We do have some people signed up to speak. I'm going to call your name. If you give your name and address, you'll have 3 minutes. Charlie Fowler. Oh, that was you. Okay. That was quick. Nancy Lamb.
I'm not a public speaker. My name is Nancy Lanny, Lanni. I live on 2175 County Road 280 in Leander, on the corner of Mesa Vista and 280, which means that this Chapman Park will abut us, but our development, a development that is out of character for what they plan for this site. I've spoken before about this, and I see the same thing rearing its head this time around. I speak tonight against the policy, not the individuals, and I thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for allowing me to do so. Once upon a time, there was a couple reaching their elder years that wanted to find a retirement home, and they chose Texas because of its conservative attitudes, because of its wealth of land, because of its sunshine, and some place that would allow us to keep active, exercise. Nancy found a home that we love in a development of 5 and 10 acres. She had plenty of room for her garden, and Anthony had places to walk to keep himself healthy. And then, all of a sudden, things changed. Leander annexed our road and the properties on either side of it in a forced annexation. A policy that was
happening across the state and had so many abuses that had occurred that the state legislature got into the act and passed a law against doing that. Unfortunately, Leander jumped in and completed the action before it could be stopped. And we're paying for it now. Greatwood is 1 acre. As I said, we are 5 and 10 acres. We don't have people encroaching on either side. The proposed development is very dense. 50, 60, 70
Thank you, ma'am.
lot frontages.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, I thank you for listening.
Lisa Simmons.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Lisa Simmons. I live at 2065 County Road 280. I do feel that this time around they've come up with a lot of better ideas, but I still have a lot of concerns. When Greatwoods came in, they put the masonry wall, but I'm not sure why we can't get that on 280. I think it would, for one, it would hold up better, and then it would just keep children from being able to get in the street or even come across onto my property, because I do butt up right to the edge of there. And if they start coming out, I don't have fencing or walls, so I'll either have to put that in myself or they'll just be coming across, possibly. I also worry about the hardy board exemption or whatever that they want. Everyone I talk to thinks it's a very bad product and you have a lot of problem. And I know they said they'll put in the HOA that you have to keep it up to date, but I think we've all seen neighborhoods where that just doesn't happen and they run down. So I would like to not see the hardy board. The larger lots, I think, should be placed across from us because we are, as she stated, 5 and 10 acre plus land. And then where's the transition if they put 50 or whatever foot lots across from us? It's not much transition there in sizes. So anyway, I do hope that y'all think of a few things that can maybe make it a little better for us. I personally think that the masonry wall and getting at least the larger lots next to us could help quite a lot. Thank you.
Mary Richardson.
Hello, I'm Mary Richardson. I live at 2500 Council Springs Pass in Greatwood. And I want to thank all of you for being here. I know you've heard so many people talk tonight. My husband and I moved here 2 years ago, and we wanted to get away from the Austin traffic. And we knew there'd be growth, but there are a few things that we are concerned about with this new proposal, and one of them still is safety and traffic. Now, Baker has been in communication with some of us in our neighborhood and has indicated that the developer would put in crash gates so their traffic wouldn't be coming through. And so I would ask that that would be part of the developer's documentation, that they would be taking care of crash gates, because without them, they would be coming through our neighborhood, and that, you know, with 1,100 homes, there's going to be a lot of traffic. That could end up being to anywhere from, 2,000 cars going by my house every day, because I'd be one of those main streets right there. And even though they're going to be doing San Gabriel Parkway and Lakeline, we still know that people are going to be going on County Road 280. And those of you that have been out to the neighborhood, you know County Road 280 is already in a state of disrepair. And so that means that there has to be something done to improve that road. And then the last is that I agree with not having the waiver for the hardy board. I just don't think that the neighborhood would look as well. Right now, if they would be stone and masonry, at least it would be a cohesive look to the neighborhoods, from our neighborhood to their neighborhood, etc. So I would like you to consider that as well. Our neighborhood, we don't have sidewalks and street lights, so the safety issue is really a big thing for us. So thanks again for your time.
Thank you. Lynette Herons.
Hello, my name is Lynette Herons, and I live at
2640 Great Owl Pass in Leander. Or is it 2740? 2740. It's been a long night of listening. Anyway, I'm concerned that the Chapman Parks neighborhood is being fit into property unlike property it surrounds. The density of homes with 10 feet between the use and the use of hardy plank versus type A architecture does not match the adjoining properties. Discussing traffic, San Gabriel and Lakeline Boulevard will be a 2-lane road and the only way in and out of this neighborhood. With 1,100 homes, a school, and retail, approximately 3,000 plus cars will be traveling that road each day. It's inevitable some will use our neighborhood 280, which can't sustain the traffic now. The other issue is what Mary talked to earlier. Along with 280, the thought of even 1,000 cars per day coming through Greatwood would greatly diminish the safety and the whole stature of our neighborhood. The so-called neighborhood center under the land use category, if you read in Chapman Park's list, it's open to townhomes, retail, duplexes, and quadplexes. They had led us to believe that it was an improvement from last year that these were taken out of the development, when actually they're still there but hidden in the land use category. Now we're talking in excess of 1,100 homes. The setbacks for the corridor averaging next to the Greatwood neighborhood initially was 100 feet. Now it's 65. This room is approximately probably 40, 45 feet. So that means this room plus not even another half is where they would be located directly behind the homes in Greatwood. That's all I have. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Harlan Herons? No. Kathy Hidalgo?
Good evening. I'm Kathy Hidalgo. I live at 2700 Council Springs Cove in Greatwood. This evening, I'd like to raise 3 concerns for your consideration as it relates to new development near Greatwood. Concern 1 is safety. Specifically, the 2 streets in Greatwood that would open to the new stretch of Lakeline. Keeping these streets open poses a safety risk with increased traffic, as our streets would be used as an outlet or thoroughfare to County Road 280 and Lakeline. Our neighborhood was not designed to support or act as a thoroughfare, as we do not have sidewalks. This directly affects me as my family as we enjoy walking our dogs in the neighborhood, and I'm also concerned about the safety of my other neighbors that also walk their animals or just walk for exercise. This risk can be mitigated by the developer funding and installing crash gates. I ask that these crash gates be installed prior to the new stretch of Lakeline becoming operational, and this request be written into the development agreement. Concern 2 is safety as well, specifically at CR 280 and CR 279, the intersection. CR 280 will be used to travel to the high school, which will have increased traffic occurring at CR 280 to CR 279. The design of this street or the path to the high school is a bit tricky, as there is a stop sign on CR 280. You take a right onto CR 279, and then you have to take a quick left onto Collaborative Way onto the high school. I request a traffic impact analysis be conducted for safety reasons. There are great benefits to be gained by this investment to keep all of us safe. And concern 3 is the funding of CR 280, specifically for improvements triggered by new development, sustainment, and maintenance. Right now, CR 280 is not of the same quality as a typical city thoroughfare street. It's a paved road that gets torn up, bumpy, and develops chuckles. These don't get repaired timely, and frankly, I'm not sure who has responsibility to monitor the needed repairs. With new development, CR 280 will be a thoroughfare. This will exponentially increase the rate of wear and tear. This will create road hazards and safety hazards as new development is continually approved. Request the council ensure funding is earmarked to support the emerging needs for improvement, sustainment, and maintenance of CR 280. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Philip McDonald.
Hello, my name is Philip MacDonald. I live at 2640 Council Springs Pass. That's more or less in the middle of Greatwood. And I really only have a couple of points that I want to make, and a little bit it's going to be redundant with Mary and others before me. But first, let me say that I and my neighbors do appreciate some of the improvements that Mr. Baker Montgomery made in his development, and it's a nice development, I think, and I don't have a criticism on the development. However, Chapman Parks remains a very high-density urban property located in a very remote rural area, and that really raises two issues. It raises an issue of zoning. What does zoning mean if you change it just because land's cheaper out there? And it raises an issue of traffic. And those are the two things I'd like to comment on. When I bought our house, our general area was zoned single-family rural. At least I thought. I wanted space around my home. I have dogs. I needed some space for the dogs. I wanted to walk the dogs. I needed a street to walk them on. There are very few one-acre properties in the Austin area available at any reasonable price for people like me, and I was lucky to find Greatwood. I like Greatwood. I feel it's really unfair for you to change the zoning around me after I bought my property, not knowing that Chapman Parks was on the horizon. Obviously, the builder didn't say a word about any of this to me until, and I only learned about it later from my neighbors. Second, a development of 1,100 homes and possibly apartments, who knows, means about 2,500 to 3,000 cars, with the average cars we have now and trucks. And that means a lot of cars leaving every morning and coming back every evening. My daughter lives in Steiner Ranch, and if any of you have tried to leave Steiner Ranch at 8 in the morning, you know it's an exercise in frustration and patience. It's both Quinlan Park and 620 are just plain really slow. The cars can only leave our area going south or east. This means significant traffic congestion in Leander as a whole. The light at San Gabriel and 180 is already a problem. I've sat through 3 or 4 cycles on that light.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Karen McDonald.
I'm Karen MacDonald. I live at 2640 Council Springs Pass in Leander in the Greatwood development. Again, I'm going to ask and encourage you to vote no for this development and reiterate some of the points that have already been discussed. Should you approve it, I would like to see the crash gates not only funded and installed, but maintained by the Chapman Parks. For forever. The traffic, as everyone else has indicated, is going to be horrendous. Just coming out of 280 to turn right onto 279/Bagdad Road, many times I have to wait 3, 4, 5 minutes. There are cars coming crazy left and right, but mostly from Liberty Hill. And if we have 1,100 homes put in, as my husband indicated, the average has two cars. That's 2,200 cars that could possibly and more than likely use 280 as their access to get to work in the morning and come home in the evening. 280 is in such poor shape right now, and it's barely wide enough for 2 cars. And we don't actually want it improved because that would mean that we don't have people coming down there. We like our open spaces. Again, it's been rural, and we like to keep it that way. This is not rural development. As my husband said, I think it's beautiful, but it's in the wrong place. He wants to put it in the wrong place. And lastly, I'd like to address the hardy board issue. Not being snobby, but going from beautiful masonry homes and stucco homes to 1,100 hardy board homes and 5 and 10 acre homes that are beautifully landscaped and stoned and brick and so on, it just doesn't match. So I'd like you to seriously consider denying this proposal, and hopefully Mr. Baker can find some other place that he can put his development. Thank you for your time.
Brian Malone.
Hello, Brian Malone, Greatwood Estates. Respectfully, I feel like we've been here and we've done this. Approximately a year ago, this developer had a proposal that was unanimously voted against by the City Council. I believe it was voted down due to the high density. It was stated earlier by the developer's engineer that last time it was 1,500 homes, and that is a blatant lie. It was 1,200 homes. There was a time such that it was 1,500 homes, but when it was last voted on, it was 1,200 homes. At this time, it is 1,100 homes. If you voted against it before at 1,200, why would you possibly vote for it when it's only reduced to 11? If you're going to vote yes, please check the facts. It was 1,200 last time. The density is too high. It doesn't fit the area. Thank you for your time.
All right, that's the last person. Would anybody else like to speak on this item? Yes, sir. If you'd fill out a card. Oops, sorry. Arm wrestle for it.
I don't need that. Jody Giddens, 14201 Hero Way West. I feel for the Greatwood people. They're my neighbors. There's not going to be probably any more 1 acre lots. They have a unique subdivision. The Mesa Vista people, my brother and I developed that into 5 acre, 10 acre lots up to 30 acres. Palomino Ranch, same way, all to protect our backside. We've done that pretty well, but things have changed in Leander a bunch, and they're going to continue to change. We've looked at this property. Baker and I didn't hit it off real well the first time or two. He's come around, and we've talked, we've worked. He's agreed to build San Gabriel Parkway before any thing is done in Chapman Parks. Lakeline is realigned for a buffer the way that I think Wayne, we laid it out a long time ago, worked together along property lines. So anyway, he's worked with the Greatwood people. He's worked with Mesa Vista people. He's worked with us. And I appreciate that. Like I said, things are changing. We've seen a lot of it. We'll see a lot more. Thank y'all.
Jody, if you could fill out a card. Don't be so excited.
Oh. Keep it in your back
Yes,
pocket.
sir.
Good evening, Council. My name is Bob Mirabella. I live in 2720 Great Owl Pass in Greatwood. And just a couple comments. One is that I didn't hear the developer allocate any land for, say, an elementary school. So that could also alleviate a lot of traffic having a school up in that area, just having local traffic up there somewhere and not on 280 or San Gabriel. Another thing is I'm very against the cement board construction of the homes. It doesn't fit the areas previously mentioned. You've got a lot of, $500,000 and above homes out there with complete masonry construction. So it's really out of place. lastly, I'd like to ask you to also consider enforcing them to put the larger lots as a transition area between Greatwood and the Mesa development, between the Chapman high-density piece of that property and the outlying acreage homes. I think they were the 70-foot lots as the larger lots. They should probably act as a buffer against the larger surrounding lots. And one more thing is, I think last year, someone on the council had mentioned this is really like a square peg in a round hole problem here. And I think to some degree it still is. I mean, Baker's kind of sanded some of the edges around that square peg, but it's still square. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you'd fill out a card. Is there anybody else? Last chance. All right, so we're going to close the public hearing, and we're going to move to discuss and consider action on the first reading of the ordinance regarding zoning case 18-Z-033. This is an action item, council.
I have some questions regarding the transportation, so I'm not sure if that's a Mr. Watts or...
Depends on the question.
I'm sure he can answer one or two of the questions. Oh, I'm sorry. We need to get a cordless mic here so we can take it to you.
A little back surgery will take care of it.
Okay. I've been concerned about the access here for a while, and I'm wondering, in the PUD I saw that they listed San Gabriel Parkway and Lakeline, and then they also listed Live Oak as the two access points, but they didn't mention 280. So my question is, which routes are going to be the safest and the easiest to improve?
Oh, wow. Well, I'm a little bit unsure about how to answer your question.
Okay.
I actually have not been involved as of yet in the PUD per se, but I did hear them note that they would not be constructing any homes until there were at least two access points there, whether that's San Gabriel and Lakeline and 280, San Gabriel and Live Oak, improved 280 and Live Oak. I'm not sure what that would be at this point.
I have a question pertaining to that. Looking in the drawings in the PUD notes, it shows Live Oak and Lakeline as residential collectors with one lane of traffic each direction. Sorry to put you on the spot, but is that accurate? Shouldn't Lakeline be a little wider?
Well, that's what the current roadway plan shows. Now, there again, that's just what the current roadway plan shows. I believe that you certainly have the option to enter into that process in this process that you're considering tonight.
Thank you.
Does Lakeline or will Lakeline ever connect to anything in Liberty Hill?
Not to Liberty Hill per se, but it terminates at County Road 281.
Okay. Which is
I had a question. Why have the developer do San Gabriel and not fix 280?
Oh, I don't disagree with 280 is a problem. It's a nightmare right now. And these are all issues that I don't have any particular opinion about right now. But from the city's point of view and staff's point of view, we would hope that the developer of the Lackey property, which lies on both sides of County Road 280, would be primarily responsible for the improvements of that property. Now, that would happen if you weren't this is without a doubt, we all know this is hopscotch type development, and that's one of the reasons it makes it difficult for to figure out how we're going to do this in an effective manner that's going to be acceptable to the surrounding communities. So, I mean, that's an appropriate point, Mayor. I can't answer why on that, but
Mr. Cagle, would you take a stab at it?
Would you mind repeating the question so I make sure I...
Why are we here? No, I'm just kidding. Why San Gabriel and not repair 280? I mean, why make a new road?
I think staff's position is that they need to do both.
Okay, so the
And
developer...
yeah, what we discussed was 280 from Great Woods back to the east, from Chapman Parks back to the east side of Great Woods.
So just past Great Wood?
Yeah, and then as Mr. Watts said, the road is in a lot better condition from there, and then that would be for future development around to improve that part of the road.
Is that in the PUD? The 280?
No.
No.
The PUD actually says San Gabriel Lakeline and Live Oak. It doesn't mention 280.
Okay.
Now, speaking of 280, we heard concerns about the intersection of 280 and 279. There's going to be development closer to that on 280, and then more development right across the road there. What are the long-term plans for ensuring the safety of that?
Well, long-term plans are for 280 to be realigned with Collaborative itself, which is going to have a traffic signal here shortly upon the completion of the Bagdad Road project.
Okay, thank you.
How far down the road do you estimate that 280 is going to be improved?
The
I mean,
alignment?
is it on it? Yeah, the alignment and the.
What we're talking about, the realignment of 280 to match Collaborative. Literally, that's dependent upon the development of the Lackey property.
Okay.
So just to clarify, it is not in the PUD that
No,
they would do
there was a number of discussions, and so they needed two ways in and out, and obviously San Gabriel and Lakeline was always going to be one of them. So the other was their choice between 280 or Live Oak. So I apologize. We had a great deal of discussion about 280, but if they've chosen Live Oak, they just have to have the two ways.
And they chose that?
Is that?
I guess.
I think we ought to let them
Mr. Montgomery?
answer that.
You want to speak to that?
We think that it's going to take pretty close to 2 years before we can get San Gabriel out to our area. And we talked to John Lloyd, and he's planning on coming in with a development plan for his land, and he was going to pave 280 back towards the water tower. Is that right? And we've talked to him about if we did it, he'd reimburse us. So it's just a matter of timing, but we would have no problem in having 280 be the second way in and out.
Well, didn't sound very popular.
Well, 280 and San Gabriel Parkway would be two of the ways in. So Live Oak would be a third. So Live Oak would probably be later on because it's up on the northern end. We're going to come from the south going north, but we don't have a problem with 280 being improved.
Mr. Montgomery, I have a question based on Outlook. I think someone had mentioned this evening there was discussions on a crash gate. Now, would that be to gate off the Gatewood community?
Greatwood.
We had been asked
Gatewood
to participate in the cost of crash gates, and we said we would participate in that, but it's not our land, it's not our property, so we'd have to get the Greatwood to get it approved, and we would pay the expense.
Because I understand if you gated off that community, the community would have to actually purchase those public roadways back from the city.
Well, I don't know what all is involved with that. They were concerned about traffic coming into their area. I think there's one road right now that maybe they could. And so if there's two, then we'd agree to put in two crash gates. But it's not ours. The city and Greatwood would have to work, and we've talked to Michael about it, and he's aware. I think he's talked to some of the people on the council. I think he's talked to some people on the staff, and that's to be worked out, and we would pay for the cost of installing them.
Okay, I just want to make sure the
If that
community
was,
knows
if that was
what
something that came to,
would be involved on
we're
their side.
probably, before we would get up to that level, it's going to be probably, our project, we're going to be, price points now are going to have risen to $370,000 to $500,000 homes, and it's going to be slower. So we're going to be at, 2 years before we get started on land development, and then we're going to be probably another 2 to 3 years before we would get up to where those crash gates would come into play if they were to happen. So
You said 375 to 500,000 for these homes?
yeah, it's just the cost of doing this project has gotten so high that we're going to, when we the other uses that we've eliminated, we're going to be at a lower price point. So we're going to be at somewhere between that range, 370 to 500.
Chief Kerr,
Pardon me?
can I put you on the spot?
Oh, do you mind if I ask one question of Mr. Montgomery
ahead.
while he's up here?
Yes, please.
We heard from one of the residents that some of the housing is going to back up to about, the houses and fences and all that. Would you be willing to do some screening, just some trees along where there's existing homes?
Charlie, what we've got something planned for that already.
No, in Mesa Vista.
Yeah.
The ones that abut, just thinking maybe a little bit of tree line or something.
We can do that.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
correct me if I'm wrong, does the ordinance require masonry fencing on lake line? Okay. And does it also require it on 280?
It doesn't, but we
Yes, that's what I thought, if the home's backed up. So the southwest corner of your property there, that's backing up to several, 4 or 5 large acre tracts. And since that is on 280, then y'all would have the masonry fence there, correct?
The ones that back up to 280.
Right, anything backing up to 280. Because I thought that was ordinance. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
While we have you up here, can you talk a little bit about the cementitious fiber and hardy board? And I know there's a bunch of concerns about that.
I think it's in a lot of the communities. Treviso has it, and I think Treviso is one of the nicest developments in Central Texas, and they have that. And one of the things that was pointed out to us that you have to repaint this 3 or 4 years, and we were going to put in the homeowners association that's going to maintain the parks and everything we're going to have, that we would incorporate in that the ability for the homeowner association to have, if somebody's house look bad, all these people are going to have homes out there, are going to be interested in maintaining, so the association would have the ability to request somebody to paint it, and if they didn't, then the homeowner association would have the ability to go paint it and fine, or we'll have some sort of a way to have the home pay for it.
Thank you.
So back to the issue of the crash gates, I believe that they are requesting that they be installed at Lakeline and Huntingwood Drive and Monty Ranch Trail.
That's where I'm trying to get.
Yep.
That's why I got Chief Carter.
And they had previously, from what I had been told, that you had agreed to install those 2 crash gates.
We don't have the authority to do
I
that.
know, but
we would pay the money to
That's right.
have them installed.
That's right. And then I understood that Chief Gardner had approved of it, so we'll see what the new chief says.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How about being on the spot right off the bat?
I'm telling you.
So my question is it necessary? I realize that this is platted for those roads to connect. What would be your opinion of not doing that?
I'm going to let Chief Davis speak on that. He's more versed.
So, how are you doing, Councilmember?
Okay.
Which connection are you talking about?
Honeywood Cove looks to be the one that's existing now that would connect the 2 neighborhoods directly. And then Monty Ranch Trail on this map doesn't appear to be built out yet.
Okay. So, the requirement that we're going to have is the two access points. So, right now, as I understand it, that's going to be more of an issue with private. Now we're talking about private streets. If we put a gate across that,
I'm talking about
not having it at all.
Not complete that road as a through street.
That wouldn't be an item for us because we end up putting all of our traffic back on 280, and that was the bigger concern, is creating the San Gabriel or the Live Oak access is the bigger items for us. So either 280. Part of the other item is that the code requires that we meet the remoteness factor, which is half of the diagonal of the entire property. When we talk about remote locating the access points for a subdivision that's greater than 30 homes. So when we look at the San Gabriel and the 280, they're very close together. So Live Oak becomes a factor as they develop the subdivision.
I don't think we're communicating. Robin, would you mind, can you use the clicker and show on the map up there where Honeywood Cove is?
It's not on that page that we need to look at.
I think you could.
So I guess the point is Honeywood Cove is not a major item for us right now to be concerned with. It would be more of the San Gabriel and the 280, knowing that Live Oak would be connected at some point in the future.
And just to clarify, when you say it's not an item, you don't care if there's a gate there?
Well, that's a separate item.
I'm not talking about the technically installing the gate in the right-of-way and all of that. I'm just asking regarding
The fire department
a cut-through.
would not care if there was a gate
Okay.
there, as long as we had access to the
Okay.
gate.
Well, does it need to connect? That's the question.
That's my question.
Our ordinance requires it to connect because we have perimeter block length standards, and when we reviewed Greatwood, those connections were required to meet those standards. Just the connectivity, and it's how people are able to get out of the subdivision.
However, couldn't we waive those standards, seeing as how Greatwood was developed with rural intentions? There's no sidewalk, there's no streetlights. I think there's a safety issue of putting the traffic from 1,100 homes through there with those conditions.
I think the connectivity was for Greatwood to get out of the subdivision.
Okay.
How many exits do they have now?
2.
I think it's just 2 to Lakeline.
No.
Onto 280, and then they're going to
There's
connect
one
to
onto
Live Oak,
280.
right?
Well, Live Oak will go. Will they connect to Live Oak?
I think Live Oak's north of Greatwood.
It is.
Yes, but isn't it supposed to build out
here.
there?
But it won't connect to the Greatwood subdivision.
So there needs to be a second exit out of Greatwood a little further up. So further down the line, when that happens, which I'm assuming is going to happen, is that so? There's going to be another connection further north?
Yeah, that Monty Ranch.
I think
Trail.
that there is one up here.
Okay.
I think.
That's
so,
Monty Ranch.
So when that one happens,
So why couldn't you just not connect it from the Chapman Park side and just have
A one-way gate?
So
just
I think-
have one of those.
turnaround?
So Chapman Parks, they're only proposing one connection here, and then Live Oak here. So there's only one that lines up with Greatwood.
On Honeywood.
It would just serve as a cut-through, shortcut, how
But
everyone
it's not
does it.
necessary, though, right? As far as
I would like to be able to look at the plat, and we could look at the connections to understand. I just haven't reviewed Greatwood lately.
Yeah.
well, what I'm saying is if there needs to be another exit from Greatwood, it sounds like the Greatwood residents don't care if that one's blocked off. So when another one develops further north, that they have another exit out, then maybe that one can be blocked off somehow? Is that out of the question, or?
We can evaluate it. I just haven't looked at the ordinance and the plat
Okay.
together, so we could look at it between this reading and the second reading.
And actually, Ford Springs Drive is in Greatwood, and it runs north-south and would intersect with Live Oak. So that could serve as their secondary.
Where is that?
Ford Spring, there's Monty Ranch Trail, and then Ford Springs is over to the east. And it shows that it's an open connection.
This one here. So if you have the prelim plat, it
Yep.
shows that going through?
Yeah.
What page
I'm
are you
looking
on,
at
Marcy?
WCAT.
What page? Oh,
I'm
you're
sorry.
not in there. Okay.
Yeah, because I thought that one of those was going to connect to Live Oak.
That was my understanding
Right, but
too.
That's where Live Oak
Okay.
is going.
And so would the one, for me, a resident, I would want to be able to get onto Lakeline from that subdivision, but I don't know. It's up to the residents of the subdivision if they want to like block that one entrance onto Lakeline off. And they will only have a northern entrance and then the southern entrance onto to 280. I mean, that's something that the residents would have to say, but from what I understand right now, that one onto Lakeline is a necessary exit right now, and it can't be blocked. Is that what you're saying? Because from what I understand, I'm not sure that Chief Gardner did okay a gate there. I know that he was in discussions of it, but I don't know, maybe Assistant Chief Davis?
Right now, that would be correct.
Okay, it needs to be there. It needs to be there for now.
But if it's a bump gate in an emergency, it opens, and it is an access point, right?
Correct, but I think there's more to putting a gate there.
In
How so?
in a legal aspect.
How so? Like, not to challenge,
Well,
just,
I mean, we need to evaluate the ordinance. So the subdivision ordinance had requirements that Greatwood met through those connections. So I just need a chance to look at it and understand what would happen if we changed it.
Could you theoretically change the exit from Chapman Parks and leave that one there so that the two are
Not lining up.
lining up?
Right, yeah, and this is a conceptual lotting plan, so we're not approving a prelim plat or the road layout. But you could ask that doesn't line up.
But
I
if
think
Lake,
that solves the.
no, I don't think it solves it at all, because if Lakeline, the way it's drawn here, doesn't have a divider through it, then all people have to do is exit and left turn and drive through the neighborhood, which they're going to do because they only have one lane to get out. You've got 1,100 houses. They've got to take their kids to school. They've got to get to work. They're not going to sit in one lane to left turn onto 280 or whichever road. They're going to drive right through the neighborhood. I appreciate the changes that have been made to Chapman Parks, and I want to support it, but I'm not going to be comfortable doing so at the risk of ruining Greatwood. And Greatwood, I don't think, was built for that.
Ms. Griffin, I don't know why these don't look the same, but on that map, it shows in Greatwood, it shows the two north-south connecting roads. Let's see, County Springs Pass and Greatwood Trail. It shows both of those terminating on the north end of this property, but when I'm looking at WCAD's plat, they actually terminate at the Monty Ranch, and then one of them continues on north that would line up with Live Oak. So I don't know why this particular.
It's because we don't have the parcel data for phase 4. So that only includes like the first 3 phases of Greatwood. There's a 4th one. The final plat's been recorded, but we don't have the updated data from the county yet.
Okay. Well, it's different than that layout, so I think that would help all of us to see.
I agree.
Because this also just shows one connection to Lakeline, when in fact Monty Ranch Trail and the other one connect Honeywood.
And Ms. Griffin, while you're here, we've heard a lot about, no building is going to happen until Lakeline and San Gabriel and I think Live Oak are done, but I didn't see that specifically stated in the PUD documents.
It's in section A.
Thank you.
The beginning, the last sentence of that paragraph, I think.
Section A.
And what concerns me about that is it's San Gabriel and Live Oak when most likely people are going to use 280. They're not going to use Live Oak. Someone's not going to pull out and head north to cut through on Live Oak. So
But the improvements, and that's why I was curious about when the improvements are scheduled, because until there's a significant amount of homes there, I'm not sure how many years down the road that would be. I think the quote was how many years before the homes would be put in, Mr. Montgomery? So I'm trying to figure out the timeline here also of when this is going to happen. So
Engineer was telling me something there.
I was curious about the timeline. I forget, did you say it would be about 2 or 3 years before you start building the homes?
That's probably about right. We're going to be probably 2 years before we can get everything out to where we can start construction. Then we start land development phase. So it's going to be somewhere close to 3 years before homes go up there.
Yeah.
One of the concerns that I'm hearing here, we initially were going to bring Lakeline into the center of the property and come in at our corner into the center and then bring it back down at Lakeline at our corner where this traffic that people may be concerned about going over into the other neighborhood. And we were told by somebody in the neighborhood that they wanted back down where the city had laid out the tram and the right-of-way was given, and so we moved it back. So we can move back to the middle, or we can leave it over there.
Well, before you go to that extreme, did you have the connections into Greatwood then? I can't recall. On these 2 roads that we're talking about?
No, where the lake line is laid out on the master plan.
Right. Used to go through the middle.
It was just vacant land, and we were going to make a trail and landscape, and somebody suggested they didn't like that.
So
and we ought to go back down the side with the road, and so we did that. So we can move it back to the middle.
So I guess what I'm not understanding is why that is acceptable by us, but as the city, but having crash gates there that would offer more access for emergencies than the previous plan is not acceptable.
I don't think the issue is that it's not acceptable. I was asking Kent about it, and it's more of a legal, like who owns the land and who controls that gate, just like the deal with the gate out of Grand Mesa, except Grand Mesa is a gated community, and those streets are maintained by the HOA.
Right.
So
And
that's
my
the
point
big
in mentioning
difference.
that, I wanted to make sure that the residents of Greatwood were very clear that it would be their responsibility to have to buy back the roads if it became a gated community.
But we talked
I just
about
wanted
this.
to make sure y'all knew.
We talked about this with the lagoon issue, and nobody ever brought up that it would make the roads private when we were talking about putting in the bump gates between the apartments and then the lagoon to keep them out of overlook. And nobody ever said anything about it.
I think this may require more research than we can do on the fly.
Mr. Cagle, I had a question. Since our current transportation plan has Lakeline in the place that they've got it designed now, going north, has that right-of-way been set aside, procured?
I'm not for sure. Just because there's a line on the map on the transportation plan doesn't mean the right of way's there.
Right. I thought I heard
we
someone
haven't-
say that it had already been, it's already been dedicated.
The Greatwood dedicated half the required right-of-way.
Okay.
So half of it's there.
Yes, sir.
And so-
For the limits of Greatwood.
Yeah. And so that means on the Greatwood side, it's already been dedicated to the city. So the city just have to give Mr. Montgomery permission to install those crash gates, correct?
That's correct. The only thing I would add is, we've got some issues there with ordinance requirements on perimeter block lengths that
Right,
has to
sure.
be taken care of.
Sure.
Well, there's more than that. We probably need to hear from the city attorney about what you have to do to go through to put a gate on a public street. And so, just so everybody's understanding, I don't think Great Woods was asking to have their entire community be private streets. That would require gates.
Okay, so that's different.
Everywhere. So, and then that would require them buying the roads. I think they're just talking about, I don't know, the Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And that's when you put a gate. Yes, sir. When you put a gate on a public road.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If we could refrain from speaking, I'm sorry.
Thanks for the clarification. I see how that's different.
But another option would be to not provide access in between the two neighborhoods at all, by offsetting the streets or something like that, or providing a tree line buffer or whatever.
Yeah, just not connecting the
And
road.
then they wouldn't be connected whatsoever.
That's what I was trying to assess, if that's, if
Greatwood's-
it's required for a safety
Greatwood's
issue
second
from
entrance
fire.
would be future off of Live Oak.
For multiple ingress egress.
Right, but I think right now the
Yes.
one road already exists. And so if Lakeline is going right up against Great Woods, there's the connection there that you're going to have to deal with.
We just don't connect it?
Right.
Well, then, I mean, that's when it gets into, we're going to be blocking a public road. We've
Sure.
got, that's why I'm asking, we probably should hear from the city attorney about what's going to be required to block a public road.
I
We want to hear
believe
from
there's.
everyone
I want
tonight.
to, and also
Everyone.
the fire, we need to understand what the safety issue and what we're required. Also.
And just to be clear, is there 2 access points right now on County Road 280?
Yes.
It looks like there is. Okay, so we've got those 2 access points, but then the diagonal formulation you've used, they would need to be another access point further north.
Right, because they both come off of 280.
Right, and then you could just do that to Live Oak. Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
When you block a public road, there are liability issues the city has to be concerned about and manage, and that relates to an obstruction being in the right of way. And so if you're going to consider doing this, you need to do it in a way that minimizes that issue. It sounds like there's some question about how this is configured, so it's difficult to advise as to the best way to minimize the liability related to that. But you do need to be mindful of having an obstruction in the right of way that can cause issues for the city.
What
So
if we
the
just
only-
make it not a right-of-way anymore?
Vacate the right
If
of
you're
way.
going to change that would be a good way to mitigate it altogether. And so you do have to go through a process to vacate right-of-way. That's by ordinance, and closing the road and vacating the right-of-way.
We've done that.
Right. And then conveying to, if you're going to convey to adjacent property owners, there's a purchase price involved in that.
The concern I've had with Lakeline all along, whether it cuts through the neighborhood or stays where it is, that it will be used by people going to and from Liberty Hill. And I don't know that 2 lanes is going to be enough. I don't know that we should design for just 2 lanes at that point.
In our future land use plan, we do not have plans to connect Lakeline with Liberty Hills at all. It's going to stop at 281 and then go over to Bagdad. So that's what we have in our future roadway plan.
But
right
281 does go into Liberty
No,
Hill.
it runs east-west.
It runs east-west. It goes into Bagdad.
I'm looking at it right now. It does run east-west until it hits Glory Lane, and then it turns and heads north.
I'm thinking a $20 toll booth would be appropriate.
I just want to make sure that we're designing for the growth. And
This map is so out of date.
But anyway, so we still have the question outstanding about the safety issue. And is there a problem? I know we heard from the attorney that the legal issue is that we need to vacate the right-of-way, and then the residences would have to buy back that right-of-way. Is that what I understood you to say? And I want to know how that works in with the fire department and their opinion on this roadway.
You can close a road and vacate it, but the city still has ownership of it to completely get rid of the liability. The best way would be to convey to adjacent property owners.
Yes, okay, so that's what we would do to get rid of the liability, which we don't want to hold on to that at all. So, and then your opinion on,
So we would still want a connection from Greatwood. And it sounds as though there's going to be in the next phase, I believe it's Pond Springs, I'm not sure the exact name, but further north, there will be a connection back to Lakeline. But what I would request is that we have a little time to evaluate that, because I need to look at Greatwood a little bit closer to
Okay.
to answer your question.
before
thoroughly.
we really move forward with any kind of blocking
If we're
off that
talking about
roadway.
eliminating
Okay.
one of the
road,
connections,
One
yes.
of the connections there, okay.
I
like
think
that plan.
we've got the neighborhood buy-in on closing those off, and we've got the developer buy-in on closing that off. I think if we can just sort of work out something that's amenable, it keeps the safety, but just sort of makes everybody happy because we're all going to be neighbors in this for a long time. I think that would be wonderful if we could work that out.
So-
Sorry to be difficult.
So can we postpone action on this until we can hear back from staff?
You can make a motion to do that.
I would like to make a motion that we postpone any action on this item until we hear back from staff. Would the next meeting give you enough time to do that, or do you need a month? Next meeting? Okay, so first
Thank you.
meeting in
March.
March 7th, right?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to postpone till the first meeting in March.
Is there, should we go ahead and request that the things we've already discussed and agreed on be added to the PUD? Or do you want to reevaluate everything? So
Well,
for
we haven't really officially voted and agreed on anything yet, so maybe we
Yeah,
can
okay.
wait till the next time
Okay.
and just keep those in our notes.
Then I would just ask that the city evaluate, the current PUD says County Road, the current PUD says San Gabriel Parkway and Lakeline, and Live Oak. And I would like the city, when you're assessing the access, to look at the viability of the San Gabriel and 280, not Live Oak, being the two connection points required before they can begin construction. I'm still concerned about 280.
Can we have until the second council meeting in March?
There's a
Okay.
lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, oh,
Can you amend it to be the second meeting in March?
Well, I can, but I won't be at that meeting, so that would seem silly.
She just asked.
I can.
Okay.
I'll amend to the 21st of March.
Okay.
I'll
And,
renew my second.
okay. So we have a first and second to postpone till the second meeting in March. All in favor? Passes unanimously.
And thank you all for working together. This is much nicer than last time.
I feel like even though there is still some disparity between what everybody wants, most projects end on a compromise. Not everybody gets everything they want, and I think we're in a lot better place than we were the last time we visited this. So I appreciate all the hard work on the part of so many people, because we only get one chance to do it right. I want to do it right.
Thank you very much. See you in 3 weeks. All right, we move to number 21. The applicant has requested the postponing of case 19-Z-001. So we're going to move to item 22, where we're going to conduct a public hearing regarding zoning case 19-Z-002 to amend the current zoning of interim SFR-1-B. Single family.
Take a second. Let them clear out.
Single-family rural to SFR-3-B. Single-family rural and SFE-3-B, single-family estate on one parcel of land approximately 77.96 acres in size, more particularly described by Williamson Central Appraisal District Parcel R032244, more commonly known as 600 County Road 267, Leander, Williamson County, Texas. Ms. Griffin.
This is a public hearing for the property generally located to the southwest of the intersection of Ronald Reagan and State Highway 29 off of CR 267. The applicant is requesting to rezone the property from interim SFR 1B to SFR 3B and SFE 3B. That's single-family rural and single-family estate. These zoning districts would allow for large lot development in the
Property was subject to an involuntary annexation that was completed April 21st, 2016, and that's what established their current zoning district. The proposed use components allow for large lot development, and when they're paired with the Type 3 site component, they're allowed to have accessory dwellings on the property. Staff does recommend approval of these two districts. This is in compliance with our residential lot mix requirements, and the Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended approval, and the applicant's available for questions.
Thank you. The public hearing is still open. I don't have anybody signed up to speak. Would anybody like to speak on this item? Last chance, anybody? All right, so we're going to close the public hearing, and we're going to move to discuss and consider action on the first reading of ordinance regarding zoning case 19-Z-002.
I'd like to motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Pro Tem Stevenson with a second by Councilmember Shepherd. Is there any more discussion?
Yes, there is. Back to the old transportation access question, and I see that this parcel has very little frontage on County Road 267. I'm just curious, how are we going to get our access points here?
So it's my understanding that Larkspur was going to have some connections on this side. I think this road goes through, so they would provide connection there, and then they would have connection through the county road. We haven't looked at a concept plan or a preliminary plat, but that would be the time when we would evaluate that.
Understood. Thank you.
Well, my next question, sorry, is that the city of Leander, or is that Liberty Hill we're connecting with to the?
I believe that's the ETJ.
The
I think
ETJ,
it's
so
Liberty Hill's
that's
ETJ.
not, okay, Liberty Hills, so do we need approval to connect to their roads? I know we had problems with Cedar Park and some of our roads connecting.
I'm not sure about that one.
No.
No, we
So-
don't need
so do I.
permission?
No, it's public. It's public. If it's a public road, I mean,
So we can-
I've driven through there, so I believe those are public roads. It's not a private.
They're all public.
Yeah. So what you're referring to between Cedar Park and Leander, that should never have happened.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so we're going to close the public hearing and move to discuss, well, would anybody like to speak on this item?
Yeah.
Close the public hearing. Oh, okay. Sorry, lost my place. It's been a long night. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Passes unanimously. The next item, Councilmember Cannon has recused herself. She'd like to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to point out that last year I was involved in the sale of this land. I do not work for the church, and I have no current financial interest whatsoever, except for my tithing. I'm recusing myself based on that, and in addition, North Point has been my home church for 8 years. So I just wanted everyone to know. Thank you.
There's security involved.
Don't eat all the cookies. Okay, so we're going to move to conduct a public hearing regarding zoning case 19-Z-003 to amend the current zoning of interim SFR-1-B, single-family rural, interim SFS-2-B, single-family suburban, and LC-2-B, local commercial, to LO-3-B, local office, on 4 parcels of land, approximately 14.155 acres in size, more particularly described by Williamson Central Appraisal District parcels R051458, R031202, R432777, and R031203, more commonly known as 10850 and 10880 East Crystal Falls Parkway, Leander, Williamson County, Texas. Ms. Griffith.
This is a public hearing for the property located at 10850 and 10880 East Crystal Falls Parkway. Currently, the property is zoned LC3B and interim SFS2B and interim SFR1B. The applicant's requesting the zoning change to the LO3B because the current zoning district has a size limit for structures. So a church is permitted by right in all 3 districts, but in order to have a larger building, they need the type 3 site component that doesn't have a limit. They also are considering the possibility of a daycare, and that wouldn't be allowed in the single-family district, so they're requesting the local office. If the local office is approved, it does have hours of operation limits. It's 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday. Staff recommends approval of this zoning district, and the Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended approval.
The public hearing is still open. I do not have anybody signed up to speak. Would anybody like to speak on this item? All right, so we're going to close the public hearing, and we're going to move to discuss and consider action on the first reading of an ordinance regarding zoning case 19-Z-003.
I'll motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Mr. Seiler with a second by Ms. Shepherd. Is there any more discussion? All in favor? All right, passes unanimously. Well, I was going to move yours to the end if that's.
Robin's barely got
She's
voice
going
left.
hoarse. Bless her heart.
We're going to have a contest, see whose voice goes out the quickest. I think she's got a head start. Okay, welcome back. All right, we're going to move to item 24, conduct the second public hearing of the City of Leander's Juvenile Curfew Ordinance, Article 8.02, Division 2 of the Leander Code of Ordinances to determine the need to continue the ordinance.
Yes, well, thank you, Mayor and Council. As per Texas Local Government Code, the city is required before the 3rd anniversary of the date of the adoption of this juvenile curfew ordinance to conduct public hearings on the need to continue or modify or to abolish the ordinance, which our current ordinance is set to expire this March of 2019. So this will be our second public hearing. Just to kind of answer the question that Councilmember Cannon had asked 2 weeks ago, if this is approved, we have already made contact with LASD about providing them information, about letting them be the one that kind of decides on how it best to share this information across all the schools. We're also going to be adding this information to our department website. We'll share the link with our school resource officers so they can share this with the children within these schools. We're also going to do I guess what I call kind of a blast on our social media pages, not only city and the departments, and also work with our neighborhood sites on Nextdoor app so we can kind of get this all out to everybody. So I'll just sit down and see if you have any questions that come up in the public hearing.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes.
All right, the public hearing is still open. Would anybody like to speak on this item? All right, now we're going to close the public hearing, and we're going to move to discuss and consider action on renewing the City of Leander's Juvenile Curfew Ordinance, Article 8.02 of the Leander Code of Ordinances for a term of 3 years expiring in March 2022.
I'll motion to approve.
I'll second.
We have a motion to approve by Councilmember Shepherd with a second by Councilmember Cannon. Is there any discussion?
Yes. I just have a couple of points to make. When I was a kid, I was actually picked up for curfew violation. I am clearly a criminal. I know, right? Juvenile delinquent. And what it taught me was not to go out. You know, it wasn't that I learned not to go out at night. It was that I learned that when I'm out at night and I see headlights, I hide. Because, let's be honest, kids are stupid, right? Like, sorry, kids at home, I love you. I hope you're in bed by now. But we do not have the best reasoning in our teenage years. I feel like if kids are out at 2 o'clock in the morning, there's something going on at home. And I think that this is a good opportunity for our community policing to come in and talk to them rather than criminalizing them and writing tickets or citations and just putting them into the system. And I understand frequently that happens when they have some other charge like mischief, but I feel like then we're taking a kid that has one charge and we're doubling it. We're giving them 2. On top of that, I also feel like if they're out, there's something going on at home that maybe needs to be investigated. And instead of just busting them and getting them in trouble. And lastly, I feel like there is a socioeconomic disparity to some of it. The 16-year-old who is well-to-do, whose parents buy them a car, is not going to get picked up for this like the kid who's, living in a low-income housing with one parent and, doesn't have a car of their own and doesn't have the supervision that somebody who's a little more well-to-do has. And I feel like we're taking a bad situation and making it worse. So it's probably an unpopular opinion, but that's my 2 cents, and I feel very strongly about it.
So
I would like to point out in the FAQs all the exemptions to curfew, which, having raised 2 teenagers right here in LISD, out in the country, I appreciate all of these. So the exemptions basically cover any reasonable activity that a child is out past curfew.
I think somebody walking down the street is a perfectly reasonable activity, and there's no exemption for that, just being out and being awake and a teenager.
Well, I remember, I think Chief Minton has addressed that, and I believe his officers do. They stop and they talk to them, and it's part of community policing, too, to make sure that they're okay. And, maybe bring them home and talk to the parents.
Well, if anything, it's a tool to give them an opportunity to have that conversation.
There's nothing that stops them from having that conversation.
Well, there's definitely a safety issue with high schoolers who could start at 14 years old, a freshman, being out past 1 a.m.
I'm not saying I want my daughter out at 1 a.m. What I'm saying is when she's out at 1 a.m., if she's out at 1 a.m., I want her to feel safe and not learn like I did to hide. Because that's not safety. That's not protecting them.
How would you protect them?
Ideally, parents aren't letting them out. But I don't think criminalizing them is helping. If we want to pass an ordinance, I think maybe take the teeth out of it. Take the criminalization out of it. There's no reason to give a kid a charge just because they're out in the middle of the night.
I don't think that's what this does.
Would you like to address this?
Which part? I can definitely. So if you're talking about, so if I go back to the research I did on this, ordinances like this started in the 90s, which was a lot different issues and stuff like that. So our ordinance started in 1998 and has continued on ever since. How we use it is kind of like a tool. And I know we had discussed and talked, and I totally get, when you have a child that's out at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, our officers see them, they stop by and check on them. Now, you have a 16-year-old that's out and about, and if you want to go, one example is if we, like you said, this is a tool that's used. If we ask them questions, if the officer's talking to them, they don't have to write them a citation, right? I think last year, in 2018, we wrote 13 of them. We had 41 kids that we actually stopped on curfew that were out between those hours, and 13 of them were cited. 13 of those were also involved in other things other than just the curfew. It was, and I've got a list of stuff, but drug activity, theft, just these kind of things that they were out doing. So, I understand. Sometimes in reading some of the articles, and I know this is in a lot bigger cities because I grew up in a larger city and that had curfews in the middle of the night. And you're right. You see the cops and you take off. I'm not going to admit that I ever did that, but that was just something that we didn't want to get a ticket from somebody and have to worry about that. The kids don't worry about the money because the parents wind up having to pay that. But the only avenue we have in an ordinance is if there is one, is if there has to be some kind of penalty to there. So, our courts can be the ones that can decide. I don't know usually what happens when one of these citations is written, what's the outcome, or when they're found guilty of it, if they're fined or if they're given community service or things like that. But typically when you have an ordinance and there's a penalty to it, there's with a citation, there's some type of, I guess if I just use the word penalty again, to that. So Consequence, yes. So I'm not sure how you would take that out of it.
I think it becomes unenforceable. And I think that I respect your concern. I do. I think that our police department does a really good job of being a true community police department. And it's not aggressive or abused. I think it's a tool. And to your point, if there was a youth out at those hours that was upset and concerned, I think this would be a really great opportunity to have somebody that could do something step in, as opposed to having nobody which is really the alternative of having no curfew. I support it. I think we all have to grow up learning there are boundaries and rules and what we can do and what we can't. And this is just a good opportunity to start them early, understanding what those are. So
If we have a young person that's got an issue and they do tell us, then we do have avenues to get them assistance with our own victim services or with some county resources to kind of help that. But kids, there's some kids that don't tell you those things. So you
Right.
can't, so
Well, and some kids actually sneak out.
Sure.
And, the parents would be very surprised if they were brought back on their front doorstep when they were supposed to be in bed.
For the record,
so.
I echo Councilwoman Shepherd's thoughts that our police department is fantastic. You guys are not abusive at all. I just firmly believe that we do not criminalize children for child behavior.
Chief Benton, I had a question. Of the 13 out of the 41 stopped, of the 13 cited, you stated they were also involved in other criminal activity?
Yeah, I've got it. If you give me just 1 second, let me pull up. I had Luana. She was going to be here, but I told her we were going to be late. So for example,
good call.
Yeah. For example, and I'll just go down this list. A lot of these were drug paraphernalia, assaults, suspicious, looking into vehicles. One kid, the police came down the street and he ran. And then some were in traffic stops. 3 o'clock in the morning, 257, 224, 259.
And so, for example, if you didn't have the curfew excuse to stop and talk to the kids with the drugs, would you have been able to?
Yeah, just like these, if they've got drug, most of them, and just speaking as adults, they're smoking pot in the park, and and you're out there, you smell it, you see it, and kind of go through that process. So, the ones, for example, there may be, I'm sure there's nights that there's people underage driving at 3 o'clock in the morning and everything's perfect on their car. These right here with some of that were stopped were either speeding or some kind of light burned out where an officer stopped to pull them in. They, hey, what's going on? Ask the questions. Whether they've got 5 kids in the car and they're just cruising around. So, but yeah, there's probably more that aren't caught, if you will, than that are. But yeah, that's. If we've got, like I said, we've got somebody walking just in along Bagdad Road. I'll give you an example. 16-year-old, and we're just stopping out to check on them, and they say that they're fine, and there's really nothing that we have. Then what we have to do is let them go. So you've got a 16-year-old walking down Bagdad Road at dark night. Nothing we can do. This gives us that good faith contact to stop and check, and if one of those exemptions are not met, that's when we would make that next step and contact the parents, because I didn't pull all the numbers, but probably those other 41 are the ones that weren't written were just taken home. A lot of times the parents' discipline is way better than what will happen with a citation. So,
of course. Okay, thank you.
So the ones that you did charge,
yes,
they were charged with other crimes that you were stopping
Some of
them
these
for
were,
anyway,
yes.
right?
Yes.
So we could have just charged them with whatever they were stopped for.
They could. They could. Yes, they could. They could either do a curfew and not do the drug paraphernalia, or the drug paraphernalia and not the curfew. But usually what we establish with the curfew is the probable cause to say this is the reason why we were there, and this is the outcome of that stop.
Though somebody looking suspicious at night is still just cause to stop, right? It doesn't matter
Yeah,
what
if someone's
age they
looking
are.
in cars and walking down there.
But if someone's just driving, someone's just driving.
Yeah, they're not going to know what's going on
And
unless there's some
everything's
kind of
fine if
traffic
they're
infraction.
driving. You don't have any probable cause to pull them
None.
over.
Right. And then I don't know, like I said, I didn't talk with Barbara at the court. A lot of times when you've got 2 charges like that, the judge will go for the higher offense and drop one of the other. So I don't know if they were charged for we don't ever try to stack people, is what we call stacking, just keep adding. And I know our courts work the same exact way. And they're not looking at stacking charges on people and just adding to.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Let's take a vote. All in favor? All opposed? All right, motion passes 6-1.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. All right, we're going to move to our regular agenda. I do have a request, which I'm granting, to move 26 first. So we're going to move to discuss and consider action on an ordinance amending Article 9.05 Code of Ethics, Section 905006, contracts, by adding a new subsection providing for the city secretary to notify the Ethics Commission of disclosures regarding a former city council member official or city employee within 1 year of termination of official duties being compensated related to a discretionary contract for which he or she personally and substantially participated in the negotiation of awarding of the contract and providing for related matters. Okay, so Ms. Sponsler.
I appreciate you bumping me up. I didn't think I'd be here for 4 hours today.
We knew.
I didn't.
We have no excuse.
So basically, when we re-reviewed the ordinance, we noticed that there was a gap in this particular section. It says that that city employee needs to contact the city secretary, but that's all. Nothing further happens with that. It just stays with the city secretary. And according to the city secretary, it's just filed as city email paperwork, and no action is ever performed on it. So what we did is just added a section so that when she is notified of someone working in that capacity, that she would file the general rules to notify the Ethics Commission.
I have a question, though. So this is for somebody who used to work, specifically for somebody who used to be a council member and has moved on and is possibly doing some sort of business.
It's not just a council member, it's any city employee, council member, or official.
But, okay, and it says about 12 months after. I'm wondering, in the ethics ordinance, in this section, since you've been reading it, is there anything where a current council member would have to go through that same process? Or
there's a whole bunch of stuff for current
okay, so that's all.
Which is what I just did. This is just this is
so
if somebody to tie up loose ends, kind of.
Okay, so this is just something that was negated, but it is with current council members, because I wasn't aware of it.
Once this was a section of the ordinance was once they leave. Once they leave, what are their responsibilities and duties to the city? You know, you can't go and tell city secrets per se or whatnot. You know, so that was this section.
So just to clear that up, so even us on council, when we submit our yearly financial disclosure statement, that goes to the Ethics Commission?
The financial disclosures that are submitted to me that current council members do, as well as some staff, go in the file.
Okay.
And just go in the file.
So this same statement for former council members or employees would go to that Ethics Commission?
If a complaint is filed, if somebody files, if an ex-employee or council member were to come and advise me that they are taking on a job within a year, then it now goes to the Ethics Commission.
Okay. Is council ever notified?
That's part of
We
those
would
procedures.
notify. You get it's part of the notification process.
The section that it's referencing, there's some procedures that go into it.
The irony here is that if they're going to do that, they're probably not going to tell you they're doing that.
Well, if they wanted to hide it. So that's the thing, but this is.
Correct, but there would still be a gap there, because they would notify her if they were trying to be on the up and up.
Yes.
But then nothing would happen. It would just get filed, and no one would even review it and say, oh, yeah, that's totally okay, or no, that's not going to fly.
So this is just fixing a transparency issue?
Yes.
More or less.
Filling
Okay.
the gap.
So Annette, I have a question for you, because I thought about adding something in here, right? And what I was going to add was, any applicant appearing before planning and zoning or council must disclose to those bodies the employment of any former elected official or city employee who voted on or did any work on the project. But from what I understand, we already have that in our ordinances. But I want to know why we aren't. I've never ever heard any applicant disclose that. And what is the mechanism for that? Is that during the? Is that to be included in the backup documents?
Are you asking about the requirement for former or for present?
Former.
Former. I believe this section is the only section 905006, so former city officials and employees. from what I'm seeing in here, 905006B is there's a prohibition against performing work on a compensated basis on a discretionary contract if you personally substantially participate in negotiating the award of the contract within a year of termination of official duties. There's a disclosure requirement under that section, and that disclosure is made to the city secretary. So,
And is that by the person that was the former official or employee, or is that by the applicant?
it's by the former official or employee.
Okay, well, Ms. Cannon, you found one earlier that said that applicant.
I will. What section was that?
That's 905.006B.
Okay.
And then there's a couple of sections that apply to the applicants.
It's 905009.
F.
The very last one.
Yeah.
Yes, F.
So if you appear before any city body and you have business dealings within the previous 12 months involving certain dollar amounts with a council member, commissioner, or business entity in which a council member or commissioner has a substantial interest, then that applicant is supposed to disclose the business dealings at the time of the appearance, so that disclosure is made on the record at the time of the appearance.
Are we notifying applicants of this? I mean, where?
It's on their application.
Yeah, I
Is
thought
it
it was
on
part of the
there?
process.
Well, how come we've never seen it? I mean, it's never
Because
come up.
the final sentence says, any person who shall intentionally or knowingly fail to make the aforesaid disclosure shall be guilty of a misdemeanor and fined. It's interesting to me that we have a harsher standard and punishment for the applicant, or at this point it would be the employer who is now paying a former member, than we do of the council person, of the member themselves.
I just want to say that when they would notify and go through the process, the penalty is already stated somewhat like a range of what can happen.
For the council member, it's $500 ethics violation fine, correct? I think that's what it is.
For a former?
Any ethics violation, I think that's what it said.
Yeah, I'm looking-
It certainly doesn't provide for a misdemeanor. I mean, that's concerning.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the penalties. There's a specific penalty for the failure of the applicant to disclose, and then there's failure to register as a lobbyist, it looks like, as well, some of those requirements.
Maybe that's something we need to look at,
Absolutely.
is requiring or the same sort of, I hate to use the word punishment, but the same sort of
Deterrence.
consequences, that's the right word, for the person that did it as what the applicant does.
Absolutely.
We'd
be happy to look at that.
Okay.
So I just want to be clear, the amendment that you're asking for tonight, let me get over there. Upon being notified, the city secretary of a disclosure under this section shall follow the notification process unless the ethics commission is notified directly.
Right, there's two ways to start an ethics investigation.
Okay.
Someone reports it to the city, or someone comes directly to the commission.
I
So-
would like to ensure somewhere in here that if any complaint, ethics complaint is submitted, that council is made aware of it.
That's part of the process, I believe.
She, I think, just said some of them she
This
files.
section.
Right.
That's the new one.
Because this isn't considered under this section, it's not saying that, it's saying that if they violate it, all they have to do is notify her. It never goes further than that. That's why we created.
That's right. And so by stating it goes to the ethics commission, then you will notify council.
Correct.
Is there any situation where council wouldn't be notified of a complaint that's come in or a disclosure that's come in?
I couldn't imagine why.
I mean, I think, Ms.
I think Paige looks like she has something
Okay.
to contribute.
Asking questions, so
Okay.
we're kind of pop quizzing here with this.
Sorry.
If there's a question about it, you can always add to the language, the council gets notified as well. That would definitively address the question, would address the issue on this particular item.
But currently, someone could either disclose or file an ethics complaint or query to the city secretary, and council may not know about it? Is that why we're adding this?
Steps that she has to, once a notification is made to her, she has certain steps that she has to follow. Like, of notifications, of calling the commission together. I don't know what those are.
I think all Paige is saying is if that's concerning to you, just add
Okay.
a line into this, and we'll
If we-
pass it as
To
this.
the
Yeah,
council.
yeah.
Yeah.
If we add it here, does it apply to all the sections in the
It
ethics?
just applies to this particular
That's what I
section.
thought.
And so you can address it in this section, but it sounds like there's some other items that want to be considered, and so that can be addressed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'd like to make a motion that we approve with the language added that the council, in addition to the ethics commission, would be notified.
Under all circumstances of disclosure, reporting, everything under ethics.
What she said.
Oh, sorry.
So under the ethics ordinance, the financial disclosures that y'all complete, as well as some staff members, are you requesting all of those be sent to you as well?
Well, they're already made
You're
public,
sitting-
correct?
They are public
So-
information if somebody
Yeah,
requests
I mean,
for them.
that's, I don't think it's
Well, isn't
necessary
an
since we're
ethics-
already making them public.
No.
Isn't an ethics complaint a public? Is it?
Yes.
It's public also, right?
It is public, and yes, it is a public proceeding, so.
So the only thing that I keep questioning is apparently what we're trying to fix here is in the past, someone could make a disclosure to the city secretary and she would file it away and not notify ethics, which also means council would not be notified. Yes.
However,
Let me fix
as
that.
we found out, the applicant, if they come before us or P&Z, is supposed to notify us.
And so what is the process for that situation?
For which,
If an applicant comes before P&Z council, actually, I believe it states any governing body, decision-making body, I can't remember exactly, but if they come before and they don't disclose that they are paying someone who's been an employee or served for the previous 12 months, they're in violation of that section.
yes, that is what that says.
So what's the process by which to ensure they know about that? And then if they don't disclose it, what's the process to deal with it?
There, I know for development agreement applications, and I can't speak to other development applications out there, but there are references to disclosure requirements that have to be made in the ethics ordinance, and they're referred to by code section. So that requires the person to go and read it. That is in development agreement applications, whether they're in the individual applications that people submit for subdivision and other zoning type applications.
They are.
They are as well.
Okay.
So it's in the application itself.
And so a PUD or a TERS or a PID, those are all contracts with the city, correct? Development agreement, those are all contracts with the city.
They're not contracts, so your development approvals are not contracts with the city, but they're items in which you've got some requirements in here for not acting on something with which you may have a business relationship. You know, there was the disclosure earlier. I'm going to refer back to the language in F, just to read it, to give a specific answer. Okay. That subsection F that requires a disclosure, it's not triggered by the applicant requesting a contract. It's triggered by just coming before council.
Got it.
So.
Thank you. It's broader
Right.
than that.
Right.
Okay.
My suggestion on what I would ask you to consider on this item, I know that you want to cover all the items that you want to cover on the disclosures. This one's posted for a specific section, specific action. I would suggest adding the council notification here and then coming back with something that would add it to the other sections.
Okay.
And that way you're thinking about, like, the financial disclosures, is that something you want everybody to receive a copy of? Or what kind of level of disclosure you're looking for, if that's satisfactory?
Sure.
Okay.
Ms. Sines, are you comfortable with the way this proposed piece is written? Upon being notified, the city secretary of a disclosure under this section shall follow, so on and so forth.
Let me see.
It should be upon being notified of a disclosure,
Is
the
it a
city
grammar?
secretary under this section.
That would be my thoughts, but I'm not a lawyer.
Upon being notified, comma, oh, I see. Yeah, it looks like those things need to be switched.
Okay, as
Upon
long as
being
we move
notified of
those,
a
it's good.
disclosure.
Okay, thank
Under
you.
the section, the city secretary shall. We just need to flip those.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Gannon, I'm not saying I disagree with you, but can you explain maybe your reasoning on why you want council to be notified on?
Why wouldn't we want to be notified if there's an ethics concern?
Well, what if
It's
the
not-
applicant doesn't notify us? What if the applicant doesn't say it?
Sure.
But that a former employee or elected official notifies her, we would never know as we're voting on that project if the applicant didn't tell us. If
Okay.
there's not a mechanism for us to know either way.
So you're thinking that our voting may change based on knowing whether.
I'm thinking it's government
And we're talking 12
transparency.
months.
Yeah.
So we're not
I'm
saying,
not, I'm not disagreeing with that, yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
2
Okay.
years down the road, you can't do work. And
Sure.
I mean, I think that, you know, for me, the difference is if I vote or participate on an agenda item and I decide I want to go off on my own and do something else, I don't believe that I ethically should have anything to do with any item that I participate in. Absolutely not. Now, if I want to go off and chase new business, so be it. So, for me, that's the distinction.
And is there a clause in there that states specifically if it's something you have voted on, participated in negotiation of,
Yes.
you're not allowed to touch it for at least a year, correct?
The specific section. Yeah. Yeah, the specific section says, you showed it to me, I'm going to pull it up here. Yeah. Okay, so except on behalf of the city, a former city council member, official, or employee may not within 1 year after the termination of official duties perform work for any person or entity other than the city on a compensated basis relating to a discretionary contract. That's one where if council exercises discretion, they can approve it or not. If he or she personally and substantially participated in the negotiation of the awarding of the contract. And then there's the disclosure requirement.
And so the only concern now is how is that disclosed and reported, and so we're going to address that.
Okay, so I made a motion and added the language in that council will be notified in addition to the Ethics Commission.
Did you also want to switch those words?
Yes.
Yes, and twist the words.
Sorry.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All in favor? All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good night, Annette.
Thank you for serving.
Annette, we are so thankful to have you on the Ethics Commission.
Thank you so much.
Don't be out past 1, though, okay? That's what we're watching.
Enjoy going to bed before midnight.
All right, so we're going to go back to number 25. We're on our regular agenda, receive presentation from external auditor Brockway, Gershback, Franklin, and Niemeyer.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Jody Levy, and I'm the accounting manager here for the city. I'm excited to be here tonight because it means we are done with our audit. This is an annual requirement for us. It started in July with interim field work. Then we had auditors out again in November for the entire month of November. And here we are, ready to present the report. I wanted to point out that the report in the agenda packet is a tentative draft. The final copy has been emailed to you, and you also have it in front of you up top. Christine Wells, the audit manager for Brockway, Gershbach, Franklin, and Niemeyer, is on site tonight to give a brief presentation on the highlights this year. While Christine is coming up, I just wanted to say thank you to the department directors and staff. This is a big task, and it takes a lot of work from all the departments, and we have an amazing team. Also, I just want to say, if you guys have any questions during the presentation or afterwards, we're all available to answer them. So I'll pass it on to Christine.
I cannot think of anything more exciting to talk about at 10:15 at night than some financial information, so that's what we're going to do.
Just for those people watching that can't go to sleep tonight.
Yes.
Don't worry, we have another 2 hours. So we have plenty of time.
Oh, we're gonna get there. So we're gonna take you on a journey back to September 30th, 2018. That's the year that we're talking about. So if I say this year, last year, if I'm talking about this year, it's 2018. If I'm talking about last year, it's 2017. So that way we're on the same page. To talk a little bit about our audit scope, about what we do, it's no small task to go into a city and look at everything that you have. But to give you an idea, we design and implement tests for $608 million worth of assets that you have, $185 million of liabilities, $143 million of revenues, $23 million in payroll, $76 million in operating expenses, and $57 million in capital and debt service items. That's quite a bit. So it takes us a little bit of time to get through it. But with that, we help prepare and go through the audit report that you have. I prepare some, and I give it to Jody to review and Robert to review, and it goes back and forth until we finally get this completed. With that being said, the main thing that you're after is a clean audit opinion, and that is what we have issued. So that's a great way to start out. The audit is you have a clean audit opinion. Some financial highlights from your year. City revenues hit $142,958,000. This came from increases in property tax, charges for services, sales tax, and franchise fees. All of those increased. Another one that's not up there that increased is investment income. If you are excited about the interest rate rising a little bit, you actually got a little bit more investment income, so that's exciting. All of this shows that you have a growing economy. So like we said, city revenues were $143 million. This is up from last year of $129 million. Part of this is because you guys have lots of developers that like to contribute capital. So each year that can be different depending on who's contributed and how much they've contributed. So while revenues exceeded expenses by $67 million, developer and impact fees was about $68 million. So that's a big chunk. You also invested $41 million in capital assets this year. That is between your government activities and your business side. So quite a bit going on. We're going to look at revenues by component. This breaks out the revenues by water, sewer, property tax, government services. The very bottom is green for water and sewer services. This steadily increases over the years. This is partly because you have a growing city. I actually ran some numbers and watched the entire episode of Game of Thrones while we were back there. I'm just kidding. In 2013, your population was 32,000. In 2017, it was almost 50,000. 53% increase in population in 5 years. Huge growth. So you're going to see all of those revenues increase as a result of that. Water, sewer, your property taxes as development keeps going. And then you've got government services, sales tax, franchise fees, all of those increase. And you have that giant piece on top. It's purple. Really should have made that maroon, but we'll say go crew. The purple is your development contributions, and so that's going to be stuff that developers have contributed as well as impact fees. Obviously a big chunk when you look at it compared to the rest of the revenues that you get.
What are contributions? It's grants and contributions?
Grants and contributions. So contributions would be infrastructure that developers give to the city. They've built something and they hand it over, and so you guys become responsible for it.
Road
And
impact fees.
Impact fees as well, yes.
I think we should review this, and that way they're responsible for it. Sorry.
It's a double-edged sword. It's very exciting that you have so many developers wanting to come in and develop property, but it does present some liabilities for you guys taking on that. You have to keep it maintained. Obviously, you don't want to take on contributions from developers and then not maintain it and see it not.
So that's actually sort of what I was about to ask, is why is that counted as a revenue and not just straight liability?
Because it's given to you, and so when something's given to you, we have to count that. I mean, if you think about property taxes, money is given to you. In the exchange of development contributions, you're given property, infrastructure, those kind of things. You have to count those as revenue.
So it's only revenue when it's given to you, though.
Only
not
revenue
as
when it's given to you.
ongoing.
Later on down the line, when you're having to do repairs and maintenance, that's
Right.
when it's expenses. But
Right,
you
like
can't
if I were to
estimate-
equate it to like a regular life situation, I would think of it if somebody gave me a dog. I wouldn't think of that as like, oh, I got a $400 dog. I would think like now I have an expense for a vet and dog
Sure,
food and
sure.
all of this. And so I guess it's just one of those accounting things.
It is one of those
Wrap my
accounting
brain around.
things. Yes, it is. We make you count it as revenue at first, and then later on is when you see those start to hit the expenses and come out of your checkbook.
But the capital improvement itself that the developers are funding, they're laying utilities,
Correct.
to further enable us to receive property tax and
Correct.
development and.
But also liability.
Also liability, but
To
because you can't
maintain
estimate
that.
the liability, you don't know what it's going to cost you this year, next year. That's the reason that part is not recorded. But
And I'm sorry, this is in the city limits.
Correct.
People who are paying city taxes and don't have improved roads or sometimes utilities, the city should be putting that in. We have developers putting it in for us.
Right.
And then all we have to do is maintain it.
right, so it's less cost because you're not actually sinking your own 68 million or 68 million into it. It's coming from developers. So part of that is infrastructure that they give you, and then part of that is impact fees that you receive as well. So some property, some cash. Expenses by component, also in the same type categories. And again, this goes along with your growth in the city. Year over year, you're going to see increases each year just due to the growth of your population. For instance, public safety increased from $14.5 million to $16.3, so 12% over last year. And actually in the last 5 years, that's 67% growth. So it's a huge challenge for you guys to experience this kind of growth and then try to keep up with it, because you're growing faster than you're getting to receive these revenues to be able to keep up with it. So it's a constant juggle of keeping up with the growth. That was the biggest increase, was public safety, I think. Yep. Summary of net position. So at the end of the day, what's left over? You've got your assets minus your liabilities. What do we have left? Well, blue is net capital investment. Yellow is restricted and green is unrestricted. So best way to look at this, blue is all of your assets less your debt. That has to be set aside. Yellow is restricted. So anytime you issue debt and it hasn't been spent yet, that's what sits in the restricted because it's already set aside for other projects. That's the reason you see it's a little bit bigger in 2018. You had some debt issuances in 2018 that you haven't had a chance to spend yet, so that's set aside. And then you've got green. Green means go. It's unrestricted. It can be used to pay for current obligations. This year it is $20.8 million. And I like to look at that in comparison to expenses per month. Expenses, if you look overall, we spend about $8.5 million each month across the board. So if I have $20.8 million in my bank account, then that means I can cover about 2.5 months worth of expenses. That's pretty healthy for a city. I will tell you lots of cities that I work on are experiencing actually negative unrestricted net position, and that's due to the impact of pensions and OPEB. We won't get into that. I think that's a little complex for this late at night. But
did ours decline from 2017, the unrestricted?
Yes, it did slightly. A little bit due to OPEB, very slightly. And then some other, we added 2 public improvement districts, and that had an effect on the unrestricted. And I think that's most of it.
So the PIDs affect the unrestricted?
It did.
It's just an accounting principle?
Yes. Everything that happened within the PID, everything is restricted for that. So you've added money to the total, but everything that you added was in the restricted part. And you're spending some out of that. You had debt issuances in those PIDs, and those cost money. So that ends up decreasing some of your unrestricted.
So this is a hot topic.
Sure, yes.
So I remember
Yes.
a TML class where they said that the PID can affect your bond rating.
Yes.
Okay.
I cannot
Just
speak to
wanted reiterify that.
I cannot speak to bond ratings, though. I'm only here to opine on your financial statements. Sure. I only say that because I'm not an expert in bond ratings, and that would be best left to the experts on that particular subject.
So I have a question. Since the PID isn't our debt, but it's listed on here.
It is actually your debt.
Okay, that's from what I understood. It was the developer's debt.
It's our debt, but it's only assessed on those property.
Correct.
Sorry.
So the city assesses taxes, a special tax on this particular area. Yeah. Those taxes are used to pay for the debt, but everything is in the city of Leander's name.
Yeah, but I mean, from my understanding of it with a PID is that we really, it doesn't come back on us in any way. Is that correct? That
Legally,
it's not,
we're not
legally we're
Correct.
not responsible for it.
Correct.
Yes.
You would only be responsible for the amount of tax you assess, but they can't come after you for more than that if something were to happen. But at the end of the day, you do benefit from the PID because the developer is going to give you those the infrastructure back, and so you end up getting to keep that. So it is for the benefit of the city.
If they're doing something more than our ordinance requires anyway.
The entire, as far as I know, the entire investment that they do ends up coming back to the city as like a developer contribution.
Right. I'm just saying in regards to a PID, of course we're going to get those items.
Mm-hmm.
So the PID items, shouldn't they be something over and beyond what the developer would have to install anyway, or not?
I think that there's agreed upon projects that are part of the PID, and those are determined to be above and beyond what would normally have put into the ground. So at the end of the day, we do accept those items and we keep those as the city.
But the debt is issued at the beginning of the development, and if that developer and the debt is issued under our name, correct? And if the developer goes under, we've already taken out a loan for that debt.
Correct, but you are going to continue to assess taxes on that particular area, and that will continue to pay for the payments required. And they can't come after you for more than the tax that you've assessed.
Right.
Is my understanding.
From the amount.
I'm sorry, we didn't mean to overload you with PIDs.
Yeah. You'd be surprised, Jody and I have actually done a lot of research on this particular subject, so because you guys had 2 new ones this year, we wanted to look at those pretty carefully and make sure that those were presented correctly.
I was just curious why it went down unrestricted.
Yes. Did that cover?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. And that is about as exciting as it gets. I'm sure you have read every page of the report that you've been given. In the case that you haven't, and you read it later and have any questions, I'm available to answer any of those.
Thank you.
I was watching Game of Thrones instead of reading it.
I'm actually part of the 1% of people who have not seen it.
I'm with you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank
We
you.
appreciate it.
And again, if any questions come across, please feel
Very
free
helpful.
to email me.
Thank you, staff.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move to item 27, speed dating. Discuss and consider action on water and wastewater outside city limit customer rates.
Thank you, Mayor and members of City Council. I'm actually here to request a staff curfew.
Granted.
Either that or a ride home from Chief Minton. So
You'll get a ride, but not home.
this is a follow-up to your City Council retreat in January, where we discussed some of the concerns and possible direction on implementing a outside city limit water and sewer rate. So obviously the retreat was discussion only, so this item is back on the agenda to get hopefully final direction on which way you would like to go. This first chart that's on the wall is not in your packet, but it's the information that was in your packet was 2 separate data tables. The impact we surveyed other cities on their water rates and their sewer rates inside and outside. And what we did here is look at a combined bill, because you have a water and sewer bill. It's all in one bill. There's 2 slides. This first one is a moderate to medium water customer in the city of Leander. That's 8,000 gallons a month, sewer on 5,000 gallons a month. And if you look at either the chart or the table to the right, inside city limit customers from high to low, Leander ranks second at $109.41. This is total water and sewer again for this hypothetical customer, and obviously if you implemented a 10% increase for outside city customers, their monthly bill would go up $10.94. So you see the range from high to low of the 8 cities that we surveyed. On the left chart, just to make sure everyone's on the same page, the yellow or gold bars are the inside city rates, and the gray bars are the outside city limit. Things change a little bit if you have a higher volume user. So this chart looks at a customer that would use 20,000 gallons of water in a month with a sewer average of 8,000 a month. The city of Leander positioned in this ranking of our neighbors, we dropped down to 4th in terms of our inside city limit combined bill. So again,
Mr. Powers, I'm sorry, I just have a quick question. I understand a lot of the areas are, just on the outskirts, we're talking about like up Palmer and stuff like that, but we have a different deal with Liberty Hill, don't we, as far as water and wastewater? Does this affect that?
No, and our deal with Liberty Hill, they're a wholesale customer, so we sell them, well, they have water in Lake Travis, and we take it out of Lake Travis for them, and we treat it, and we send it to them, and then they resell it to their customers. We have a separate, opposite deal with Liberty Hill. They have a wastewater treatment plant in the area in the northeast part of Leander that's just starting to develop. We have a contract with them. We'll send that wastewater to their plant and pay them to treat it. So those are two separate deals.
Thank you very much.
So staff is looking for direction this evening whether to restart the process that we brought back to you back in November, where we notified current customers in outside the city limits. We had the public hearing, and at that meeting in November, you asked to table and give it some more thought. We brought it back at the retreat. And
so the previous screen where you show a potential 10% increase.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, that was when we did the water and rate study last year. We asked our consultant to look at an outside city limit rate. So the consultant looked at comparable cities, and quite a few were more than 10%, but she recommended a 10% would be justified. At some point down the road, you'd want, as you had more customers in the outside, and the next time we do a rate study, we would actually dive deeper into those costs.
Do we know the economic impact, like the number of customers we're talking about?
Well, currently we have, it changes every day because some of the subdivisions are building, but we have a little over 125 in the outside city limit customers. Next year at some point we'll be taking on the Rancho Siena subdivision. That build out is, I believe, over 1,500 customers. The Lively track is adding new customers every day. So it'll make me do math in public, but so
you need to take your shoes off.
The Lively tract has how many homes?
Robin,
do you know how many ultimate build out of the Lively track? Is it 600 homes? 1,200. Yeah.
Just throw all that in your head, right?
Yeah.
So about 3,000 total.
I think actually when you add all those together, we're maybe closer to 5,000 because you got to throw in Wiedemeyer as well. And
actually, our city attorney let me know that Wiedemeyer has a clause in it that grandfathers them to have inside.
Okay, so then 3 may be more like it.
But $100 a year, if you did the 10%, that's a little over $100 a year. 1,000 accounts would be $100,000. So
yeah.
Make a difference. And why is it a percentage rate and not just like how we have the water reserve fee, just a flat rate?
You could do that.
Okay. Thank you.
The other cities, it's a mixed bag of how, and I don't know the methodology that they use to get there, but it's a mixed bag of how they assessed their difference. And I might add that some of these cities have severely steeped tiered rates, so the more you use, the higher you get. So that's the reason we go from second place to fourth place pretty quickly is these other cities really steep, ratchet up the rates the more their customers use.
Is the first screen, the 8,000 gallons of water, is that the average home?
In Leander, yes, other than some really large lots or heavily irrigated residential.
So are we looking for a motion or just a?
Would be,
So staff requests city council direction. I don't know if that means a motion.
Can we make like a motion to approve the 10% minimum?
not tonight.
No.
No?
You know, we would need to come back with the actual
We have to have a
public hearing and
right?
ordinance for you to
Okay.
consider.
Well, I'd like to leave it alone. I'd like to keep our rates what they are.
I think that they're very high, and I'm sensitive to increasing it. We do need to sell more water, but, you know, we're in a different position water-wise than some of the other cities that are charging an arm and a leg.
I think on the next screen, we're like right in the middle, so.
Here, my concern is I personally don't have a good, clear understanding of the upcoming water infrastructure bills that I've been told are coming our way and that they're going to be significant. I would love a workshop or something to show us what's coming, what kind of debt are we going to have to issue to pay for this, and how are we going to pay for that? That's a very big concern of mine, because you have people inside the city limits paying taxes, and we're talking about those outside of the city limits not paying taxes, yet using all this infrastructure that we're going to be burdening taxpayers with.
That's my point, yeah.
I agree with that. I mean, I think the infrastructure requirements and, you know, the roads, everything else that the
maintenance.
city pays for, I think are justified. So I'd love to see it come back, and maybe it's just going to have to come back for discussion and vote.
I'd agree. If we have a goal to either pay for some of this upcoming infrastructure or maybe reduce rates for our current customers, this is one method that we can do that.
And I know that we're going to have infrastructure costs, but I would like to see a reasoning behind just because we can for raising rates on anybody. And I feel like that's what we're talking about right now, is raising it just because we can. And the people we're raising them on can't vote for us, so oh well.
No, I'm sorry. I respectfully disagree. I'm very nervous about the upcoming water infrastructure costs. I would like to see how we're going to pay for that, because I think our base rate in city is crazy high and should be decreased. But from what I understand, it's not going to be able to be decreased for any foreseeable future. Hopefully not increased, but because of this new project, I would like to see how much that new project's going to cost us and what our estimated population and water taps, just an analysis of it so that we can see if this is even necessary. If we're only going to add $100,000 a year, not only, but our bills in 5 years from now are going to be $1 million a year more, then I think we need that information in order to make an educated decision.
Good question, good request. We can, we have looked at that. We looked at our, during the water rate study, the consultant did a multi-year look and picked up the anticipated cost for several of those large water and wastewater projects. Everything depends on growth, and if the customer count growth continues, we look very good. So we can maybe play around with some scenarios there, but we do have that information that we can kind of summarize.
I know you have it and completely understand it. I don't. But yeah,
Probably
the
not.
growth rate that y'all are applying, I would like to see an over and under of that.
And it does all go into the utility fund, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think that was my point, that, water consultant that we hired, said we could go between like 10 and 25, and we're being very conservative, but I think based on the projections of the future, water use needs and those liabilities, we needed to at least get the 10.
But where does the water reserve fee go?
It stays in the utility fund.
So I guess what I don't understand is why all of these concerns were not brought up when we lowered the water reserve fee a couple months ago. Not from you, Mr. Powers. I mean from this side of the dais.
Okay.
I guess what I'm saying is we were all for lowering it a little bit, but when we're talking about raising it on people outside the city limits, then all of a sudden we have these concerns about the debt, and I think that there's a disparity there.
Not all
Well,
of a
because
sudden.
I think it's our, we need to protect the ones that are constituents within the city.
The people paying taxes.
That are currently paying the taxes and paying the water
And I mean,
rates.
I think that's a valid point because, for a subdivision that goes just beyond your city borders and they're using your roads, they're using your infrastructure. And I mean, cities have dealt with this for years, but, and it's very hard for an inner city to collect something from a suburb, but in this case, we have the ability to do it, and obviously the 10% that they're going to pay pales in consideration with what they're saving by not paying city taxes.
Mm-hmm. Those people that are using our roads are also shopping in our stores and buying gas here and eating in our restaurants.
Hopefully.
I just think that it's a dangerous precedent. We're saying we're going to raise the rates on you just because we can. Here's the amount, and maybe later down the road when we decide that we have more debt, we'll raise it again. Because what are you going to do?
When we had this conversation initially some months ago, I was leaning towards, yes, it's costing us more money to service those people with water, so certainly we should charge them for that. But I asked about that, and the response I got was no, it does not cost us more to deliver water to them because they're tied into our system, the lines are there. So to me, I feel like charging them as a penalty for tying into our water, we benefit the more water we sell. So we don't have to charge more for it to connect those people.
Comment of the night.
I think it's a way to recoup some of the cost. I mean, think about it this way. If it ices tomorrow, who's going to put out gravel? I mean, it could be a city truck. If the roads aren't clear, it's going to be our employees that do it. We maintain, the roadways. I see no reason why a small, surcharge for people that are benefiting by all that, maybe every day.
But we're not going into neighborhoods outside the city limits and taking care of their roadways. That's a completely different thing. You're talking about something that's costing us time and staff and money.
So why is it
versus they're offsetting what we're paying? They're doing us a favor.
Why is it that people are going right beyond the city limits? Because they don't want to pay the city taxes. Absolutely.
I've never heard you say it that way. I've heard it was about the cost to build.
No, there's regulations you avoid, but
I'm talking about the residents. I think a consideration that people look at is that they don't have to pay city taxes when they live outside the city limits, but they live just close enough where they get many of the same benefits, but they're not paying the taxes.
Okay. They're also not getting all of the services.
Well, they're getting water and they're using the roads as
and
they go through the town.
And they're paying for those. Your argument was that they're not paying. They are paying.
They're not paying for the roads. I mean, they do gas.
Okay, we're going down a rabbit hole.
Right.
Guys.
I would like to just say
I think it's worthy of bringing back.
Yes. When we decided to create the BCRUA, and I believe at the time we had less than 10,000 taps, and we were expecting this huge growth, we had to seriously increase rates, everything, to put in that infrastructure up front for those tax-paying citizens here. Without that oversized infrastructure from Lake Travis, we wouldn't be able to give Rancho Siena or Lively water. We wouldn't have done that, but we had to spend that money up front.
But had we not been selling to Rancho Siena, we would all be paying more for water right now.
We're not selling to them yet.
Okay.
Technically.
I have a suggestion. How about we just have it come back to us, and then we take a vote then, and then we can
I
all
would
make
agree.
up our minds at that point, and we can.
I agree.
Let's do that.
I make a
Bring it
motion.
back to us with the 10% rate.
No.
And we'll vote and move on.
So could we get a motion to tell us to bring it back, and we'll bring it back
Okay.
on ordinance?
Can
I make a
Paige,
motion.
Can I interject?
Oh.
Yeah.
Just, do you want us to notify the residents like we did last time? And
Absolutely.
notify them to have a
Yes,
public hearing?
absolutely. Absolutely. And just bring it back to us, and it'll be decided once and for all, I think.
Well, just make sure everybody understands, we had the required public hearing. Am I not correct?
Yeah. We had one public hearing.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Well, actually, what is required is they will then be notified
Yeah.
after the council vote, but our practice has been to notify impacted customers ahead of time so
Okay.
that they can be present during the discussion like they were last time. So
Yeah.
I'm okay
it's,
with that.
it's a
Let's
process.
Yes, let's do that. Let's do that.
Notify them?
Let's notify them.
Sure.
The impacted customers, and just bring it back to us for a vote, 10%.
So I'll second that. All in favor? All opposed? All right. Motion to bring something back 6-1. Thank you. Okay. We move to item 28. Discuss and consider action on the Leander 61 Development Agreement Case 18-DA-002 regarding the approval of a development agreement regarding the oversizing of utilities on 2 parcels of land, approximately 35.53 acres in size, more particularly described by Williamson Central Appraisal District parcels R031678 and R031676, more commonly known as 4450 County Road 279, Leander, Williamson County, Texas.
Good evening. This is
Hello.
Leander 61 in the yellow over there, and they are oversizing a wastewater line along Bagdad. Their wastewater for now is going to have to go down Bagdad and across Collaborative Way. Ultimately, we want this wastewater to continue down Bagdad. So we were just oversizing the piece along Bagdad for future development. And this is the city's cost participation in that oversizing. The applicant is available for questions.
Thank you. This is an action item.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Councilmember Shepherd with a second by Councilmember Cannon. All in favor? Passes unanimously. All right. We move to 29. Discuss and consider action regarding ordinance case 19-OR-001 to amend the subdivision ordinance to amend the riparian corridor provisions and to provide for related matters, Leander, Williamson, and Travis counties, Texas. Mr. Watts.
All right, the long-awaited ordinance. Okay, the ordinance that you have in front of you, first off, let me point out, there is a change, and I believe it's been placed on your dais, and we have eliminated paragraph section 3, section 3C, is that right? Am I right on that? We have eliminated, initially in your packet, you had paragraph C that said, for creeks identified in the City of Leander Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Master Plan, the minimum buffer zone of 100 feet from the center line of the creek is required in Travis and Williamson counties. After reviewing that with the Parks Department and reviewing the Parks and Parks Open Space and Recreation Plan with Mark Tummins, we are assured that it's not going to impact the placement of trails. So it would conflict with our idea of trying to reduce these buffer zones and minimize the amount of property involved in that process. So we did strike that. I believe we'll depict that on the screen. Okay. All right. All right. Let me get to the right spot here. Oh. No, that's not the right one. I'm looking for the ordinance itself. All right, let's see. Can I scroll on this? Or can I scroll over? Scroll. Highlighted section. Right there.
Yep.
All right. The highlighted part is not part of this action. That's been removed. That's the 100 feet off the center line that were related to trails. We don't need that, and it certainly conflicts with the idea of reducing the size of the buffer zone. Might note that we're not calling it riparian corridor anymore. It's being called buffer zone, which is the same term that LCRA uses, and we define what the buffer zone is and why we're doing it. Now,
It's easier to spell.
Without a doubt, yes.
Yeah.
Although I think a lot of us have learned how to spell that in our sleep. But,
I have a question on that, the highlighted part.
yes, ma'am.
Since that corresponds with the Trails Master Plan, I can't recall offhand how much parkland dedication we get, and I don't see Mr. Tummins here tonight. Do you know?
I believe it.
Robin would know that.
I really don't know. I know that he gets a whole lot more than I do for roadways.
3.5 acres per 100 units in residential.
No, I mean, how much does that count toward on a piece of land when they're saying, you know, this is the part of the master plan, so we're turning this over? How much parkland dedication credit do they get?
So it depends on if it's in the floodplain or not. And he's got a ratio, I think, if it's 50%.
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah.
50% in the floodplain.
If it's in the creeks, isn't it already in the floodplain? Sorry.
I apologize for my confusion.
No, sorry. It's probably not a very clear question.
You may dedicate properties in the floodplain as parkland, but you only get 50% of the acreage credit for that parkland. If your requirement's 10 acres and you dedicate 20 acres of floodplain land in the for your parkland credit, you could get full credit that way. I don't know if there's a limit outside of that, if you could get your full credit in the floodplain or not. That's not my area of expertise.
Right, I understand. Well, and excuse my ignorance on this. If there's a creek, does that necessarily correspond with a floodplain?
No, not always.
Okay.
The certain creeks, we have some creeks here that have been modified to where the floodplain is within channel of the creek itself. We have 2 floodplain development permits that you possibly have noticed recently in South Fork and North Fork of Brushy Creek, where they are recovering property that's in the floodplain by constructing reliever channels that will basically contain the 100-year flood in that reliever channel and in the natural channel.
Okay, thank you.
Now, what this ordinance does is it totally reiterates word for word the LCRA ordinance for the LCRA Highland Lakes ordinance, which supersedes anything that we can do or that you can do as a council or that we can do as a city. So it just reiterates that as a requirement in Travis County. And now in Williamson County, which is where we have the ability to make changes, we've eliminated the 5 to 40 acre category, which currently, until and unless you approve this ordinance, requires a 25-foot setback from the center line. That category is eliminated in its entirety. We've removed the 40 to 128 acre drainage area with a 75-foot setback and replace it with a 64-acre to 128-acre with a 50-foot setback, which is 25 feet less than LCRA's, plus it also doesn't start at 40 acres, starts at 64. Basically, if the drainage area is less than 64 acres, there's no buffer zone required. We've also removed the 128-acre drainage area with a 100-foot setback, the more than 128-acre drainage area with a setback of 100 feet, and we've replaced that with a 128 to 320-acre category with a setback of 75 feet, which there again is LCRA requires 100. That's a 25-foot reduction. We've also provided a new category for drainage areas more than 320 acres and provided a 100-foot setback, wherein LCRA requires a 200-foot setback up to 640 acres, between 320 and 640, and for anything over 640 acres, they require a 300-foot buffer zone. That is now 100 feet. Now, that's one of the options. That's actually option one, but you also have option two, which provides that the buffer zone will be the 100-year floodplain boundary. LCRA requires a 100-year floodplain boundary plus a 25-foot setback. So there again, we've reduced that over the current ordinance, which basically parallels, LCRA's ordinance. Let's see. We also have provided an appeals process. We've also provided for the director of planning and the city engineer to make minor deviations and to provide for averaging of the buffer zones. If a party's doesn't like the decisions of the planning director and the city engineer related to the buffer zones, they can appeal it to council in writing within 10 days after the decision. And I'm worn out and tired tonight, and I don't know where I'm going,
Well,
but I'm open to your questions and discussion. So.
I think
We
it's
do
very
have-
fair.
We do have somebody signed up to speak, so I'm going to let Mr. Bill McLean
Oh, there's
speak.
somebody going to speak.
Well, should we ask our questions of Wayne first before he goes
Oh,
and
yeah.
sits down?
I'm sorry. I thought we were done
Sorry.
with you.
I have a couple of quick questions. So, section 49A and B, where it's defining sort of buffer zones in each county, it says golf courses cannot exist in the buffer zones. Why is that?
We use the same language as LCRA did. Now, I know that Councilman Kennan and I discussed that before the meeting.
Oh.
If you want to strike that for Williamson County, I don't have a problem with that.
And I would also like to clarify that ball fields could be put in the buffer zone or the floodplain. I know it says low-impact park development, but
I don't object to that.
okay, perfect. And treated effluent is allowed in the buffer zone.
Treated effluent using recycled water for irrigation is allowable, not for actual wastewater disposal itself. This is
Right.
after the water has been treated.
Okay.
And prior to its discharge to Brushy Creek at our main plant, we would be able to utilize effluent as irrigation water.
Like what we do at the golf course?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. And then also, stormwater treatment facilities seems broad. I mean, does that include
That's-
like some of the little treatment ponds or?
That includes water quality facilities, but it does not include detention facilities. Detention facilities are allowed.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes,
All right, Mr. McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, Bill McLean, City of Austin. I live in the City of Austin, I'm sorry, it's late. I'll be really quick. I just wanted to let y'all know that we've reviewed the ordinance as revised and on the dais tonight. We support it. We think it makes for a more manageable restriction, especially as it relates to the Tylerville property that I discussed with you 2 weeks ago. And I think you know my position on the old setbacks. I won't rehash that. I hope you'll support this revised ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for staying.
All right, I'm going to make a motion that we approve with the changes that were mentioned earlier, striking the golf courses and ballparks.
Adding
ballparks.
Or, I'm sorry, adding ballparks
As an acceptable use.
as
Yes.
an acceptable use.
I'll second.
As amended tonight. I mean, the strike was presented to you.
Yes.
that the section
C.
is C.
Yeah. The highlighted.
Item C being strict.
Yes.
And then
Struck.
also the addition of affluent irrigation.
We need to add that.
We don't need to add it. Mr. Watts had said that when it says water quality treatment facility discharges,
Covered that.
Okay.
that the treated affluent is not water quality treatment facility discharges, therefore it is allowed.
I think the signs had
Thank you.
something. Did you?
If you remove, there's one tweak since we removed 49 subsection C and subsection, the new subsection C, there you're removing the reference to 49C. It'll just be section 49.
Yes.
So with that one
Yes.
addition.
Right,
Thank you.
in the paragraph immediately above section 4 where it says, provided that the director of planning and city engineer may also approve minor deviations from the requirements of section 49C, that is, C is stricken, it is section 49.
I'm sorry, I forgot one more thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Topographic or slope, we have had issues where the buffer zone extends past a
Right,
20-foot cliff.
Or some cases, 100-foot cliff
Right.
out in, but that will be part of the buffer zone averaging, and that's also part of what the planning director and the city engineer may
Thank you.
take care of in a reasonable fashion.
Perfect, thank you.
So I'm including that we struck item C.
We struck C in this former paragraph D, which is now paragraph C, so we struck C,
Okay.
and and frankly, C shouldn't have been in there in the first place.
Okay. So we good with the motion? So we have a first and second.
Who
Yeah.
is the second?
Councilmember Shepherd. All in favor? Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Mr. Watts,
Thank
thank you
you.
so much for
Thank
all your hard work on this. It's hard to understand.
Well,
As
this
we
is
found out.
a joint effort between myself and our city attorney, so.
Awesome.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Sines.
It was all.
Am I going to stay?
We appreciate you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. All right, we move to item 30. Discuss and consider action on an ordinance establishing a public improvement district disclosure policy for the purpose of providing information to persons seeking to purchase property within public improvement districts, PIDs, establishing requirements for posting signage and providing certain information about PIDs and establishing a penalty for failure to comply with such requirements, providing severability and open meetings clauses, and providing for related matters. Ms. Sines.
Mayor and council, this ordinance was created and the policy amended based on the discussion at the retreat. What was amended was there was an addition to the PID policy to provide for specific language to be included in signage to be posted that would give people notice that people that live within a PID are supposed to pay a special assessment. A website will be provided and a QR code where people could link to provide additional information. That same signage would be included in model homes. In addition, any brochures that include pricing on housing models within the subdivision are required to include the current annual PID assessment installment. And I believe those are the major changes on the policy. What we did address, in addition to that, were concerns about how do we make this enforceable. And so you have aspects of this document that are a policy that are both city requirements and developer requirements that relate to contracting. You will find those, a comprehensive list of those in the policy, which is adopted as Exhibit Number 1 to the ordinance. Within the ordinance itself, what we did to make the notification requirements enforceable, because that seemed to be the primary concern of the council, was the requirement that the signage be posted and maintained and not taken down. Failure to comply with that is made an ordinance offense. The failure to keep the required informational packets in the sales centers is also an ordinance offense, and the failure to keep the required brochures in the or to keep have the content of the brochures meet the requirements of the ordinance is also an ordinance offense. In addition to that, the developers and the home builders are required to maintain with the city contact information of people that are required to maintain compliance with this section for two reasons. One, that gives you someone to talk to get them to come in compliance. That's the first and best option for ordinance enforcement, is come into compliance. You get notice that you're not in compliance, give them an opportunity to do so, and then they come into voluntary compliance. After that, you have somebody that you know is responsible for keeping that in compliance and failure to do so. So it gives you more options for issuance of citations and who are the responsible parties for issuance of citations. If there are 3 notices of violations that are not cured, then there is an additional penalty of the city withholding building permits until the compliance is cured.
This makes me very happy.
Okay. And this policy was shared with Chapman Parks, which is the up-and-coming PID, and so they had an opportunity to comment on it as well.
Good. Was it shared with anyone from the HBA?
I'm not sure if we got that out to the HBA. The HBA, would they send a copy of the Okay, so we didn't do that.
They knew it was coming.
To approve.
I'll second.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Councilmember Neverready with a second by
Shannon.
Ms. Shepherd. Any more discussion?
Ms. Shepherd, sorry.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Passes unanimously.
Still hate PIDs.
All right, we move to 31, discuss and consider action on council and city manager goals. Sponsors Mr. Seiler and Ms. Sederquist.
So I guess I'll start. So I guess Ms. Sederquist and I were tasked during the retreat to create these goals, and so we asked council to send goals to DARA to compile, and we received just about everybody's goals.
Not everybody's?
Not everybody, no ma'am.
Did not everybody participated?
No ma'am, there's one that did not participate.
Let's just present the goals.
Yes. So we took that list, we compiled it into a spreadsheet, and we found matching items that everybody kind of agreed on, and we put those in the categories. So Ms. Sederquist and I met then a couple weeks ago and categorized these goals into different sections like public safety or economic development. And then after that, we sat down with Mr. Cagle and went over those and agreed on those. And then Christine, or Ms. Sederquist, was tasked with printing this up and making sure it's in a nice format that matched the comp plan and some of the goals that were in the Destination Leander book that we received many years ago.
Well, it does look pretty, so good job.
So we were inspired. Somebody from Cedar Park sent us how they do their goals with the formatting and everything, and Mike New sent us College Station's goals, and they do a similar thing, and they try to tie everything into their comp plan. And so what we did was we found the goals that were laid out in our last comp plan, Destination Leander, and sort of copied all of the colors and formatting and little graphics. So that's why it's a little pretty and not just goals. Just FYI.
It looks good.
So what you're looking at is how the goals fit in. On page 1, it's how they fit into goals that we already have as a city. And then on page 2, it was kind of the miscellaneous things that were important, but didn't fit into our overall comp plan. Do you want us to go through it one by one, or you guys want to just ask questions, or?
I think it's great.
I think it's great. My comment was measurable. So is everyone, I guess, Mr. Cagle, are you happy with how these tasks are going to be measured?
Yes,
Do
I
you think
think a
they're
lot of them
specific enough?
are you just do them or you don't.
Okay.
So I think we can find a way to measure them all.
Okay.
Yeah. And I only have one commentary on fostering civic pride. I'm behind him, definitely going to having a yearly HOA meeting with the city, but I'm not sure I would like to task our city manager with meeting with every HOA in the city. That, I think, would be a little bit too much, and I'd like to strike that one from his goals.
I agree with that. Only because it would take a lot of time away from, I think the same thing could be achieved with having HOAs come to the city.
You could have a meeting and have all the HOA leaders here.
Yeah,
right.
That's a
I think the idea was not that Mr. Cagle would have to be the one going to the HOA meeting, is that we create a plan as a city through Mr. New on how we provide more outreach to staff or council to those HOAs. So I'm fine with that, though.
Okay.
Creating some sort of mail list or something like that.
Another thing to note too, because some of them they're not exactly measurable. It's like Mr. Cagle said, it's either you do them or you don't. What goes hand in hand with that is that we've also been discussing with him how to create a professional evaluation for next year, so that council isn't just looking at these goals and saying, well, he did this, he didn't do that sort of thing. It more of a comprehensive go down the line, so that it's hard to explain, but so that we have something to measure and it's not personal at all.
Is that your 360?
That's part of it, yeah.
I like it. So it's
Another
kind of
part
like
of it that we
peer-
talked about is having a written report on where each of these goals is, instead of our just looking at it and trying to remember. Just formalizing the process so that anybody that steps into these seats has a basis to figure out whether or not the goals were met.
I agree.
Yes.
I like everything except the one HOA meetings in neighborhoods.
Okay. So based on that, I'll make a motion to approve striking the yearly HOA meetings in neighborhoods.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion to approve with a second by Councilmember Shepherd. All in favor? As part of this, I would like to say something about, I've talked to Mr. Cagle, and I think one of our consultants had talked to him about the amount of time that it takes for him to meet with each one of us. And, you know, we've talked, and Mr. Seiler and Ms. Cannon have come up with some different things that other councils do. And that includes possibly looking at a public meeting like the Tuesday before a council meeting that is similar to what Round Rock does, and other cities do the same thing. And that would really free up a lot of time, because we would have all of staff. It wouldn't be just Kent here. And instead of trying to coordinate with all of us, it would just be one time. And I mean, when you look at the amount of time that he spends, you know, just doing council meetings, I think it would make his life a lot easier. So I'm going to be working to try to come up with a viable alternative. So
I kind of
think
like
it'll-
to mention that idea. I think someone brought it up during the retreat. Maybe it was Georgetown or something, that meets like for the hour while we're having dinner prior to a council meeting. I kind of like that idea, so it's all on one day.
Well, here's the problem with that, is that doesn't leave staff any time to go find answers to our questions, or us any time to get back with citizens or further research the actual item.
You know, most of the other cities do it like 2 days before.
Yeah, so that gives staff time to find, and we're not surprising them from up here.
And also, on days that we have workshops, that would put us here incredibly early.
That's a good point.
We just shorten these days.
Just wanted to mention it, but I think it's a valid concern, because I know takes a lot of time and preparation on his part.
Well, just to make some commentary, even if it's set up on a Tuesday evening, some council members might not be able to make it on a Tuesday evening.
We wouldn't want to,
So-
I'm sorry, I wouldn't
Yeah.
suggest we do it during the evening, because that's yet one more time staff has to be away from their family. Round Rock does it 8:30 Tuesday, and it's it's a posted meeting, so if the council member doesn't have any questions, they don't need to attend. If they do, then everyone's there and we can ask the questions.
Think about it this way: if one person misses, then he only has to meet with one person.
Right.
You know what I mean? If the other 6 are available, so
Yeah, because we can still contact.
it a lot easier. So anyway, let's move on to council member closing statements. Amber, ready?
Actually, I have none this evening. Thank you.
Well, I'm just going to give a quick shout out to Brendan Smith. He came back from Kuwait. I was able to pick him up yesterday, send him off early this morning on an airplane. I consider him my son-in-law. My daughter and him aren't married anymore, but he's taking good care of my granddaughter, and it was wonderful to see him pick him up. And I appreciate all our troops that are spending so much time away from their family, and even a year at a time away. And I just want to give a shout out to him and his group that's still out there right now too. So
I just want to encourage council and anyone who's available to attend Little League opening day this Saturday. It'll be at Benbrook Ranch Park, and I believe it begins at 11 a.m. And it's an exciting time of year. It's fun for these kids to get out there and get to play some ball. So I think it would be nice if we go out there and show them we're excited for them too.
Oh, my turn. Under the consent agenda, we just approved it all, but I wanted to highlight something, and that is Leander's one and only rodeo. It's the 8th annual bull riding shootout. It's going to be April 6th. It's at the South San Gabriel Park, and the Broken G Rodeo Company puts it on, and Louis does an amazing job with this. Little kids on, I don't know, goats or pigs. I don't know what they're on. But then, the full bulls are out there, and it's
That's referred to mutton busting.
There you go, mutton. Yes, okay. And but they have food, and the proceeds benefit one of the school's FFA programs. Last year it was Rouse, but it is so much fun for every age. So put it on your calendars for April 6th. It's definitely worth going. Thank
I
you.
know tonight was a long night, but this kind of meeting, even though it was long, but a lot of interaction with residents kind of renews your strength and confidence in what we're doing. So I enjoyed it.
Okay, Councilmember Shepherd mentioned Little League grant opening ceremonies this weekend. Also, things to do. The Living Leander Expo is at the PAC tomorrow from 3 o'clock to 8 o'clock. Come out and check out local businesses, and there's raffles, and it's all fabulous. If you have middle school kids, wait, what?
I was waving at you.
4? Okay, Facebook said 3. I have it down for 3. All right, it's at 4 o'clock. But if you have middle school age kids, the library is doing tween game night from 5:30 to 8. So you have the opportunity to drop off your kids and then go and enjoy the PAC without them. So that's all.
No.
Yeah, and you can come watch me throw out the first pitch and make sure I get it over the plate. So that's comic relief if you need some. But I did want to highlight also we approved the contract with Retail Strategies tonight, and I'm really excited about it because I meet with a lot of prospects, even people like I wandered into a Slotsky's, and, I talked to the owner, and I want to be able to give him the demographics for 3 or 4 spots that he could go look at, and that's exactly what this can do, so I'm excited about it. So thank you very much. Appreciate your hard work. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So be it.
All right, thank you.